Move to.
And Marianne, we're ready on Stevens whenever Judge is ready.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Give me, Ms. Manarino, give me 2 minutes.
No problem, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Stevens.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mackenzie or Marianne.
Good morning.
Hi there. Is Jim Mena in yet?
Is who? I'm sorry.
Jim Mena?
No.
Okay.
He's not here yet.
All right. Thank you. When he does get in, can you throw me in a breakout room with him real quick?
You bet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Marianne, have we seen Mr. Mena at all?
Hi. No, not yet.
Okay. I've got a couple of airport cases and I do not have any plea offers yet.
Okay.
We're expecting him to probably be joining though, right?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely. Good. Can you hear me? The people that just signed back in?
I can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
This is 20 VB 02044OM. It's Van Buren Township versus Jesse Lee Stevens. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Jesse Lee Stevens.
Mr. Stevens, the way that you're identified by court staff indicates to me that you do not wish to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning.
That's correct.
You'll be proceeding on your own.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Today is the day and thank you, sir. Today is the day and time set for the show cause pretrial. Mr. Stevens, this was set because you failed to appear previously. You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino, is there any resolution of this case?
Your Honor, the offer to Mr. Stevens was that if he pleads guilty to the disorderly person charge, we would ask the court to take that under 771 for 6 months. It's my understanding that Mr. Stevens wants to accept that offer.
He wants to accept that offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stevens, is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Stevens, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses against you, to hear witnesses presented by the prosecution or present witnesses in your own defense.
yes,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
no, I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes,
Mr. Stevens, is it true that on June 7th, I'm sorry, sir, before I ask you anything else, I have to let you know that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as this is a case that originated in Van Buren. My husband would not have any idea that your case was scheduled today. He wouldn't know anything about your case. So are you still comfortable proceeding with your plea this morning?
what was that again? I don't understand.
I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township.
Oh,
I have to
okay,
make that disclosure to you because Van Buren Township issued the ticket to you. My husband
Oh.
doesn't know anything about you or this case, and I asked, were you still comfortable proceeding with the plea this morning?
Oh, yes, yes,
Is it true that on June 7th, 2020 in Van Buren Township, you were a disorderly person?
yes,
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person. As previously indicated by Ms. Manarino, this plea will be delayed for a period of 6 months.
Yes, Your Honor, 6 months.
Mr. Stevens, that means that you cannot incur any new criminal offenses, so no new misdemeanors, felonies, et cetera, in the state of Michigan during this 6 months. The court will assess a cost of $300, so pay the $300. No new criminal cases. The court will review the matter for dismissal administratively. You don't have to reappear as long as you pay the $600 and don't get any new cases, okay?
600 or 300.
$300.
Okay, you said 6, sorry.
I said $300, no new cases in 6 months.
Okay, sorry.
Do you, no, I'm sorry. I talk fast because you're the first case and I don't want, I want to get you on your way.
Right.
Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount, sir?
I do, yeah, I'm unemployed right now.
Okay, let me look to see if we have any collection staff on this morning.
Not yet, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, what you'll need to do is you can go online to the court's website. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, there'll be a box that says submit payment plan or request payment plan, or you can call the court and speak to the collections department, okay?
Okay, and how much time do I have to do that? Like,
sooner rather than later, because if you
Okay,
don't start
so-
making payments, then
Okay, it's something that has to be done today. I just want to make sure.
you don't have to do it today, but I would say in the next couple of days, so by maybe Monday, Tuesday of next week at the absolute latest.
Okay, okay.
Anything else, sir?
That's everything's good by me.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Have a good day.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Your Honor, we're ready
Bye-bye.
on Mr. Gomez.
These are 21WM025360M and 21WM011310M. These are both Wayne County Airport versus Nathan Samuel Gomez. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Nathan Gomez.
Thank you.
Mr.
Your Honor,
Gomez,
I-
would you turn your video on for me, please, sir?
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Thank
I
you.
apologize. Could I get the case number once again?
They are 21WM02536 and 21WM01131.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, today is the date and time, I believe, set for arraignment. We'd waive formal reading, stand mute. We're requesting an adjournment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I saw Mr. Mena join us. Could I speak with Mr. Mena for just a second?
Absolutely, absolutely.
This will be an adjournment, Your Honor. I'll speak with Mr. Mena after the adjournment.
After the adjournment?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Okay.
We're still gonna adjourn
Don't
this.
worry. Before we do that, I want to indicate on the record, Mr. Gomez, you still haven't turned your video on, sir.
I'm trying to. It's telling me. Okay.
It's a,
It says I have to go to my settings. Give me a second. It allows Zoom now.
okay, no, let me finish my other things.
Okay.
These cases were both previously in warrant status. The court will recall the warrant. Set your bond in both cases at 1,000 personal. Mr. Gomez, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved. Your adjourned pretrial date will be
I have January 19th or February 2nd, which
January 19th at what time?
9:10.
At 9:10. Mr. Gomez, you are back in court on Zoom with me on January 19th at 9:10 a.m., okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
So you can work on your settings between now and then. And sir, you also have some outstanding matters with this court. You owe the court, well, you owe $375 on a previously resolved case. Please contact the court's collection department, sir. You can go to the court's website. There's a drop-down button that says contact us, submit a request for payment plan, or you can contact the court's collection department by phone or come into the court to resume your payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Nathan, do your homework.
Thank you. Mary Ann will get you moved into a breakout room to discuss with Mr. Mena, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Gomez, you're free to go.
Thank you. So January.
Thank you.
Let me write this.
Nathan, January 19th at 9:10 in the morning.
Okay.
I'll talk to you then. I'll be here.
Thank you.
Jeff, you can move yourself into Mr. Mena's waiting room.
Oh,
I'm good to go, Your Honor.
You are Mr. Gomez. I'll see you in a couple of weeks, sir.
Thank you. Have a great one.
You too. Give me one moment. I'll get the next case called. Good morning, Mr. Shard.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you this morning?
I am super. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you. Happy holidays to you.
Same to you. Is your client with you or expecting him to join separately?
He should be on separately, and he should be getting on any minute now.
Do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
No, we already worked that out. He said he submitted the plea agreement to the court.
One minute, Your Honor, and I will be right back with Miss Tiara Terrell. She's an 8 o'clock show cause.
I have it waiting for you to come back with her. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Thank you. Mr. Sharg, I do have the signed plea form from Mr. Mena.
Oh, great. Awesome. Thank you, Judge.
They've dealt with this so often. Morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good.
Your Honor, we are ready on Patrick Kaiser whenever the court's available.
This is 2207240M. This is Van Buren Township versus Patrick Kaiser. I have your appearance,
ma'am.
please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Patrick Kaiser.
Sir, today's the date and time set for the show cause, arraignment, and pretrial in this matter. You previously failed to appear, which triggered the show cause. You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the way the staff have you identified indicates that you wish to proceed on your own this morning and you're waiving the right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Manarino, is there a resolution in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with Mr. Kaiser. He's going to be pleading guilty to the malicious destruction of property charge, and he's agreed to $50 in restitution to the victim.
Is the plea straight up, not under advisement?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaiser, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear from testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser, before I proceed with your plea, I want to advise you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make this disclosure as the citation is from Van Buren. My husband has no idea that your case is scheduled today, doesn't know anything about your case. Are you still comfortable in proceeding with the plea this morning, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Kaiser, is it true that on October 22nd, 2022 in Van Buren Township, let's look to this. That you did willfully and maliciously destroy or injure any house, building, or other being drywall in room 118?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaiser, the court accepts your plea of guilty to count 1, malicious destruction of property, and dismisses count 2, the drug crime. Ms. Manarino has previously indicated that there will be $50 in restitution for the damages to the property, sir. Is there anything you'd like to say before the court assesses the other fines and costs in this matter?
I apologize to the court for, my actions and stuff. I realized it was really childish.
I appreciate that, Mr. Kaiser, and I thank you very much for that. Sir, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. There will be a $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. The $50 of restitution we already discussed. There's $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee, and $50 show cause fee for your previous failure to appear.
That's fine.
I'm showing that at 4:45. Mr. Kaiser, do you need more than 5 days to pay?
Yes, ma'am.
You're in between jobs right now. You need like at least 30.
I don't see anyone on from the collections department, Mr. Kaiser. So what you need to do is go to the court's website. There is a drop-down button that says contact us. You can submit a request for payment plan there, or you can call the court, speak to the collections department, or physically come into the building. Sir, you do owe $714 on another case from 2016. The court
Yes,
is
ma'am.
able to put both payments into a singular payment plan, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Anything else, Mr. Kaiser?
No, ma'am. I'll go straight to the clerk.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 22WM 008510M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Tierra Terrell.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Tierra Terrell. Ms. Terrell, can you take your, turn your camera on for the court?
Ms. Terrell, let's start by stating your name and we'll work on the video later, okay?
Tierra
You're right.
Terrell.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding this morning?
Thank you, Your Honor. After having a chance to speak with the prosecuting attorney on this matter, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer whereby the misdemeanor count of disorderly person will be dismissed and Ms. Terrell will be pleading responsible to the civil infraction of a double parking ticket with a $300 fine.
Ms. Terrell, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, you heard the plea offer placed on the record by Mr. Hadley.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that the court accepts your plea of responsible this morning to the double parking. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on June 14, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is located city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking, will dismiss the original charge of being a disorderly person. As previously indicated, there will be a $300 fine in this matter. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Terrell, what you need to do, please, is go to the court's website. There's a drop-down button that says contact us. You can push that button and you can submit a request for payment plan that way, or you can call the court. You can call the court, speak to the collections department. What the court will do, I missed 2 steps. Recall the previously entered warrant based on your failure to appear. We can apply the bond and then you can pay the balance, okay?
Okay.
And my apologies, Your Honor, for
Anything-
not addressing that warrant first. That's my fault. And Ms. Terrell actually did have very good cause. She did stay in communication with me throughout this. She had a tragic death in the family, so that was the reason for missing the previous hearing. So thank you.
I understand. I appreciate that. Condolences to you, Ms. Terrell. Other than that, ma'am, we're set. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Good luck, ma'am.
Mr. Hadley, it's this big green sticker on here that says recall warrant, and I see it and I get on my speech and I forget. This is
I have a
22
tendency,
WM
I have a
0.
tendency to jump right to the plea offer, Your Honor. That's my fault.
This is 22WM016810M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Joseph Davis. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Sharg on behalf of Mr. Davis, who's present. Mr. Davis, can you state your
Mr.
name for the
Davis,
record?
state your name for.
Joseph Davis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Attached to the front of the file, Mr. Sharg and Mr. Mena, is a plea agreement whereby Mr. Davis will plead guilty to the sole count of checkpoint violation. Sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months, and as long as Mr. Davis does not commit new criminal violations in the state of Michigan, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Is that the agreement, Mr. Sharg?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, I'm sorry, Mr. Shark, there's the wrong ticket in the file. I'm looking at the ticket and it's not for Mr. Davis. Mary Ann, I'll have to put this file on the side. Mr. Davis, is it true that on December 1st, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is located City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you committed a checkpoint violation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Shark?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the checkpoint violation. As previously indicated, your sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months. The court will assess cost of $900. The seized item will be returned upon completion of the 3 months with no new criminal offenses and payment of the $900. So are you able to pay that within the next 5 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
5 days, $900, 3 months, no new criminal offenses. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor, just so that it's clear, I wasn't sure if it was placed on the record at the completion of his period, was it a firearm? If it was a
Yes.
firearm,
Yes, sir.
it can be returned. He'll just contact the police department and make arrangements for his return.
Sounds
Thank
great.
you,
Thanks,
Mr.
Mr.
Mena.
Mena. Appreciate it.
Anything else, Mr. Shark?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, good luck to you, sir. You have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm ready on Miss Abnave. That's why you're the judge.
You all will learn that I can see him and I look at the time and I'll call that one next. 22WM016820T. This is Wayne County Airport versus Ankita Abnav. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
correct. Yeah,
No, it's not good. If you say it the right way, I'll try again.
it's Abnave.
Abanabi. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this case. Mr. Mena, you've had an opportunity to speak to the defendant.
I have, Your Honor. I've had an opportunity to speak to her. She did waive MIDC today and wish to proceed without them. She's indicated that she would like to accept the offer that we proffered, which would be the new and reduced charge of fail to report forthwith, the 0-point violation, and the fail to stop an ID would be dismissed.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear from testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena this morning, and it's your understanding that you will be pleading guilty to the added count of failing to stop after a property damage accident.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're doing so because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 25th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, you failed to stop after a property damage accident?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of failing to stop after a property damage accident and will dismiss the failure. I'm sorry. You wrote it backwards, I think, Mr. Mena. Failure to report. Plead guilty to failure to report and dismiss the failure to stop.
My apologies, Your Honor.
No, I'm looking at it and I wrote it the right way first and then it's fine. Ma'am, the court will assess minimal fines and costs in this matter. So $100 in costs, $100 fine. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, Your Honor. I can pay it in 5 days.
Thank you, ma'am. You can pay it online. You can bring it to the court or you can mail it to the court, okay?
Okay.
Any
So,
questions?
Online, where I'm supposed to pay, how I'm supposed to pay, can I get any information on it?
On the court's website,
Okay.
mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There is a pay online button.
MI34?
MI34TH districtcourt.com. Ma'am, it's not going to happen instantaneously. One of the staff members needs to put the information in. I would say late tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. You have a great day, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bland, this is 22VB02341 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Lindsay Bland.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Lindsay Bland.
Ms. Bland, the way the court staff have you identify indicates that you're waiving your right to the assistance of the court-appointed attorney.
That is correct.
And you'll be proceeding on your own this morning.
That is correct.
You've had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, I have.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we are moving to dismiss both of the tickets against Ms. Bland.
Ms. Bland, any objection to that dismissal?
No, Your Honor.
These cases are hereby dismissed. Ma'am, have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You too. Thank you, Ms. Manarino.
Mr. Mena, could I join you in the breakout room, sir?
Sure can.
Thank you.
Just have to find you.
Mary Ann, I have one question.
Shoot.
I want to know why Ms. Manarino is working on pleas at 10 o'clock at night.
I was a little behind yesterday, Judge. The short week is throwing me off.
I know that feeling.
It's
That
not
sounds like
on
an
me.
excuse.
Well, that and I had a Romulus brief that I had to file yesterday, so you can blame Mr. Greco.
At least she was working,
My
Judge.
procrastination. No, that is true, Jim.
You were working, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, I
that
think all you gotta do is hit breakout rooms and you can join mine.
I'm going to try to do that now. I think Mr. Hatley's also in there.
Okay. Well, it'll be a party then.
Mr. Hartman?
Hi, Judge, it's Andy. I'm joining from an extra laptop. I'm not sure why the name is displaying incorrectly.
Oh, I'm looking in the files. I'm like, I don't see that name. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep, I'm just here to help Mackenzie out in case she gets busy. I'm on standby.
Oh, you don't need standby. You actually need to jump in. It looks like they're backed up quite a bit in the waiting room.
All right, I will do that.
Thank you. Hmm. Good morning, Maria.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you, sir, with the red shirt and glasses. Your name, please.
Brandon McDonald.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
your attorney is here. Let's grab this file. Ms. Manarino, were you standing in for Mr. Greco in this case?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Supposed to be Mr. Hatley, I thought.
Oh, is this Mr. McDonald?
Yeah.
It is Mr. McDonald.
So, Your Honor, this was the one I contacted. We were set for a bench trial today.
I know.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Greco and I discussed this. I thought he was going to be here.
And that's why I just asked Ms. Manarino, was Ms. Manarino here for him?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. I apologize.
That's okay. Your client responded for you.
Well,
As soon as Mr. Greco jumps on or Ms. Manarino indicates that she's covering, I'll call the case and we'll get you on. your way.
Texting Mr. Greco right now.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thanks, Angela. Mr. McDonald, just sit tight. We'll get you taken care of in a hot minute here.
Yes, sir.
In a hot minute. Ms.
your-
Hansbrough, turn your video on and unmute yourself. This is 22WM 01718OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Tiffany Hansbrough. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Tiffany Hansborough, who's appearing via Zoom.
State your name for me, ma'am.
Tiffany Hansbrough.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, in our favorite manner, after having a chance to speak about this with the prosecutor, the airport authorities agreed to dismiss charges against Ms. Hansborough. The $4 in restitution that was tied to this has already been paid.
Any objection to the dismissal, Mr. Hadley?
None at all.
Ms. Hansborough, your case is hereby dismissed, ma'am. You have a wonderful day. Good luck to you.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you.
Your
Yes,
Honor,
sorry, the hot minute just comes out. That's the Indiana boy in me. I still get a little slang, a little comfortable with it.
Mr. Hadley, I love it. Trust me.
Your Honor, we're ready on Mr. Noflio.
We're not ready until he's out of the breakout room.
He was struggling, Your Honor.
That's why you stay in there with them until they leave.
Maybe I can get back in there and help him.
I've been there.
Looks like he's out, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
He is, and once he, take your cap off for me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Bowdish just, oh, here we are. This is 22WM002410M, Wayne County Airport versus Vincent Noflio. May I have your appearances, please?
Ready, Your Honor. For the record, Jeffrey Marks appearing on behalf of with Mr. Noflio. Mr. Noflio, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Vincent Dominic Noflio.
Thank you, sir.
Today is the
Your
day set for, today is the day and time set for the show cause I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch, show cause and the pretrial.
We've had a chance.
Mr.
to-
Naflio,
My apologies.
go
Your
ahead, Mr. Bowditch. No, you're fine.
Your Honor, we do have an executed plea agreement for the pretrial in which Mr. Naflio would plead no contest to the charge of being a disorderly person, with the understanding the matter would be taken under 771 for a period of 3 months,
Why no contest?
based on possible civil litigation.
Civil litigation from whom?
Well, Your Honor, it could be from the officer. We don't know. I believe
Because
that-
what I have is a guilty plea offer from Mr. Mena.
yes, Your Honor, we've adjusted that.
He wants a 3-month delay, but doesn't want to plead guilty. That's the
Correct.
agreement?
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Naflio, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that you will be tendering a no contest plea to the sole charge in this matter of being a disorderly person?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts the plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to enter a plea this morning?
I get, we have an agreement. I wasn't threatened, no, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on February 24, 2022, at the Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus? Oh. Sir, you believe there's a factual basis to find that you were a disorderly person in the airport on that day at that time?
From what I understand, ma'am, I was pleading no contest, that I wasn't gonna have to admit to this, that it was a 3-month deal and then it goes away, is what I was told. That it was, I wouldn't have.
Mr. Naflio, what I asked you was, did you believe that there was a factual basis to believe that you had been a disorderly person on that day? I didn't ask you if you were guilty. I asked you, did you believe there was a factual basis?
Yeah.
Did
yes,
something
ma'am.
thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, the court accepts the no contest plea in this matter. Sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses within the state of Michigan. The court will assess a $300 fine. I'm sorry, $300 in costs, and the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal at the end of that 3 months. Are you able to pay that $300 within the next 5 days, sir?
Yes, ma'am. But there's $150 already there, correct?
Correct. We'll apply the bond and you pay the balance.
Okay, I can do that now.
And there had previous, no, because the clerks have to process the file, they have to put the information in. There had previously been a warrant issued in this case, entered in this case. The court will recall the warrant,
Thank you, Your Honor.
apply the bond, 5 days to pay, 90 days, no new criminal cases, and the case will be dismissed, okay?
Yes, ma'am. So, somebody's gonna contact me in 5 days or less to pay the fine, or do I call tomorrow?
No.
How does that work?
You will apply the bond, sir, and I would suggest you either sometime tomorrow or Monday, you can go online and pay, or you can mail it into the court, or you can bring it into the court, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Naflio.
Yes, okay, we're all good then?
All good,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
How do I hang this up? Do you know how to hang that up?
Somebody will
but
put
we-
you out, sir. Don't worry.
Oh.
Good morning, Mr. Mays.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
I'm good, except that I thought that I was in a totally different court on this case this morning. Oops.
Well, you're here and I saw your client in one of the breakout rooms.
I made my way here, yes. Thank God I didn't drive all the way over to the east side, though.
You drive to the east side, but you won't drive to come visit us?
I visit Judge Oakley all the time in person nowadays, which
So I'll just set all your cases in person. No worries.
no,
I heard
no,
what you
no.
said.
Sick, very sick.
This is 22WM01707OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jay McEwen.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name for me, sir.
Jay McEwen.
Sir, the way the court staff has you identified indicates that you're waiving your right to the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. I have representation from Daniel Moss, who could not make it today.
This court does not show that you're represented by anyone, Mr. McEwen. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. There is an offer from the file from the prosecutor. Have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, did you want to accept the offer from the prosecutor, or did you want the court to reschedule the case for your attorney to appear?
To get it over with, we will accept the offer from the prosecutor as a double parking.
Thank you. Mr. McEwen, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Sir, you understand? You can put your hand down. Thank you. You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
understandable.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
no, ma'am.
Mr. McEwen, you're pleading responsible because you are in fact responsible.
For double parking, yes.
Sir, the court did receive letters from Colleen Grant, the president of iHeartMedia, and from Randall Arbach, the regional engineer for iHeartMedia, and was impressed by the fact that two people thought enough of you and highly of you to submit these letters on your behalf. I know you've reached an agreement with Mr. Mena. The court will adopt that. Enter a plea of responsible to the add account of double parking, dismiss the misdemeanor, assess the agreed upon fine of $300. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you can go online to the court's website. There's a contact us button. There's a drop down from there to submit a request for a payment plan. There are some other outstanding matters with this court for a no proven insurance and a registration or plate citation. You owe the court $618 in those matters. The collections department is able to roll all of those issues, all of those payments into a singular payment plan, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else this morning, Mr. McEwen?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. This is 22WM01532OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Calvin Beatty. Mr. Beatty, please turn your camera on and state your name for the record.
Calvin Antonio Beatty.
Mr. Beatty, the way the court staff have you identify. Oh,
Nope, Your Honor,
That's
Attorney
not true,
Josh
Mr.
Hadley.
Hadley.
Yep, excuse me, Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Calvin Beatty.
today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, as to the bench warrant, Mr. Beatty and I discussed this. The court does have his correct and current address now. He did not receive a prior notice of hearing but we have got that issue resolved. As it relates to the charge we're here on today, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer whereby Mr. Beatty will be pleading guilty to the charge of defrauding an innkeeper under 771.1.
Mr. Beatty, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear? And do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you wearing a hood? Thank you. Sir, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
I understand, I guess.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I understand.
You understand that you won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
I'm not going, I think I understand. I'm really not sure what you just said.
I'm sorry.
I said, I don't really understand what you just said.
Mr. Beatty, she's saying that if you plead guilty today, you're waiving your rights to have a trial and to confront witnesses, the rights that you have that we discussed.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
And Mr. Beatty, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been promised anything threatening in any way to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Sir, is it true that on October 3rd, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, just located city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to pay standard parking?
That's not, man, your verbiage is kind of weird. Because no, I did not do that. Like, no, I can't know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beatty, I can't hear you, sir.
I said, no, I mean, the way, can you hear me now?
You're muffled, and I'm guessing it's because you're on the phone. Mr. Halley, do you need to go back into the breakout with him?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mena, could I go into a breakout room with you, sir?
Pull it out.
Mr. Mays, is he? Oh, he's in with Ms. Manarino. Okay. Mr. Hall, once you stop driving, I'll call your case.
Mr. Beatty, I'm going to be inviting you to join room 12. Please click on that when you see it.
Mr. Hall, did you hear me?
I heard you. I'm pulling over at the exit. Now, this is the first exit I got to. Give me 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Oh.
And Mary Ann, this is the reason why we'll go back to in-person hearings.
Oh, this. Like pork from my bed. It's nice.
Mr. Mays, are we ready?
Macho, stop it.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
These are 22VB01948 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Lisa Fanti. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, William Mays. Sorry, William Mays on behalf of Ms. Fante. Judge, I had my, like I said, when I first hopped on, I had my case.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
So like I was saying, when I first logged on, I had my cases confused. This one is a simple adjournment. The prosecutor is going to reach out to the complaining witness in this case to see if we can resolve it.
I have this listed as a final pretrial per Al Hemman.
Okay,
No, I'm just making the record clear, Mr. Mays.
no, and that's fine too, because even if you set it for like a bench trial, we're gonna get this case resolved one way or another, so.
Ms. Fancy, state your name for the record, ma'am.
Lisa Marie Fante.
Thank you. The new court date will be, Mary Ann?
February 2nd at 8:40.
Let's take a quick
Let me
look.
hold it back.
That will work.
Thank you. These cases are adjourned
Thank you.
to
Your
February
Honor.
2nd at 8:40. Thank you, Mr. Mays. Ms. Fante, you both have a wonderful day.
You too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's done.
This is 22WM017170M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Hall. Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
How you doing today? My name is Ismail Hall.
Mr. Hall, take your hat off for me. This is court. Might not feel like it to some of you, but this is actually court. Sir, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. The way the court staff have you identify indicates that you're waiving the right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that
Yes,
accurate,
ma'am.
sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to proceed on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you talk to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And the resolution, Mr. Mena, is?
Your Honor, he's requesting an adjournment for purposes of trying to pay that parking fee, and then we'll resolve it after that.
What we'll do, Mr. Hall, the court will have you stand mute to the charges currently against you. Set your bond at 1,000 personal. Sir, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear until this matter has been resolved. Your new court date will be
January 19th at 10:40.
January 19th at 10:40 a.m. That's back on Zoom, back with me in courtroom number 1. If you resolve the matter before that time, Mr. Mena will advise the court. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hall?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, I'll see you on the 19th unless you get it resolved before that. Have a good day.
So,
Back with
Your
Mr. Beatty. Take your hood off for me, please.
Hey, it's cold out.
I understand, sir, but I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Hadley.
Your Honor, I was unable to get into a breakout room with Mr. Beatty. Mr. Beatty, do you need to speak with me before we put the plea in on the record?
No.
Okay.
This is back on the record in 22WM01532, Wayne County Airport versus Beatty. The court already has noted the appearances for the record. Where we were was the court asking Mr. Beatty, is it true that on October 3rd, 2022, you attempted or you did defraud an innkeeper by failing to make payment to the parking deck at Metro
Right,
Airport in the city of Romulus?
Yeah, I didn't. The way that sounds, like, no, I didn't defraud anything. It was all just like, I didn't know what I was supposed to do because I was gone for a certain amount of days, and then that I exceeded those days, not my choice, layovers and whatnot. And when I got there, I had the money that I had for the days that I was going to be gone, but I didn't have the rest, and they weren't going to accept partial payment. They weren't going to do anything. And I was just sitting there in the parking garage staring at them while they stare at me, and nobody's doing anything. And I have to be home and get to work in the morning. So no, I didn't defraud anything. I was just trying to get home and like resolve the situation in any way. And like, I would like, that doesn't make any sense. I didn't do anything wrong.
I'm sorry, Mr. B, no. Mr. Beatty, are you driving?
No, I'm parked. I had to come. You couldn't hear me earlier because of my phone, so I came in to connect to my car.
Mr. Hadley, we don't have a plea when Mr. Beatty denies having done anything improper. So what the court will do is adjourn this matter. A new court date will be
February 2nd at 8:30.
February 2nd at 8:30 a.m. Back with me in number 1 for purposes of arraignment, because we don't have an agreement. Mr. Hadley, how would you wish to proceed with the arraignment, sir?
Your Honor, we would ask that the court issue a personal recognizance bond. Mr. Beatty did show up for today's time. He obviously is looking forward to getting this resolved. So we just ask the court issue a PR bond.
The bond in this matter is set at 1,000 personal. Mr. Beatty, you don't need to post any money, but come back on February 2nd, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. There'll be attorneys here to discuss the matter with you. Are you able to proceed on your own? Have a good day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we are ready on Mr. Davidson. The court is.
This is 220794. This is Van Buren Township versus Lawrence Bly.
Good morning,
Hello?
Your Honor. Let me on behalf of the people.
Mr. Bly, state your name for the record, sir.
Lawrence Blythe.
Sir, today is the day and time set for your arraignment and pretrial. The way the staff has you identified indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorneys this morning. Is that accurate, sir?
I want to say no, but yes.
If you want to say no, you can say no, sir. We'll get you moved in and talk to the court-appointed attorney.
I just want to get this resolved. When I talked to the other attorney, I'm comfortable with what she was saying.
Okay, Mr. Bly, then my question to you is, are you waiving the right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning?
This morning, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino, you've talked to Mr. Bly and reached a resolution of this matter?
We have not, Your Honor. We are asking for an adjournment so that I can make contact with the complainant in this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Bly, the court, because you're
Yes.
not represented, sir, the court will have you stand mute to the charges against you. Set your bond at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear until this case is resolved. We'll adjourn your pretrial and set your return date at
February 2nd at 8:30.
February 2nd, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. Back here with
Okay.
me, back on Zoom, sir. And if you have a problem with Zoom, the court has a Zoom room available to you. You can come, you can come to the court and participate in the proceedings that way.
Okay.
Anything else in this case, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bly?
No, thank you.
Have a good day, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. This is 22WM017150M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Kevin Davidson. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Or maybe not. Mr. Bowditch appears to have left. Mr. Davidson, I have your file right here. When he gets back, I'll get you recalled and get you on your way, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Mm-mm.
Your Honor.
Ma'am.
I just heard back from Mr. Greco. I am going to be standing in on the McDonald matter when Mr. Hadley gets back.
When Mr. Hadley gets back, that'll be the next thing I call if I can force this attorney out of the clerk's room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go. Fill it out.
Mr. Mees, do you need to speak to the prosecutor or to your client?
Your Honor, I believe we're all set.
This is This is 22WM015360M Wayne County Airport versus Jeremy Turpin. May I have your appearances, please?
I'm here, Your Honor. My attorney stepped into the courtroom.
Oh, I'm Mr. Turpin, I'm sorry. I saw your name and I did not mean to call that case.
Okay.
But I know you're here. I see that you're here. Let's try
Okay.
again. This is 22WM015790M. Wayne County Airport versus Kilo.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Meads on behalf of Mr. Rod Kello.
Kello. Thank you. Mr. Kello, state your name for the record. What?
I don't see him, Your Honor.
I don't either.
He was here. What happened?
He's in the
He's
waiting room.
You know what?
I'm moving him
I'm
back,
gonna-
Judge.
Thank you.
I
I've got to
think.
take a recess.
There he is.
Oh, sorry.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
Rod Kello.
Thank you. Today is the end time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Meads, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would waive the arraignment and just proceed with the pretrial today.
Mr. Meads, is there a resolution of this matter?
There is, Your Honor.
And that is?
Your Honor, I did speak with Mr. Mena regarding this matter, and it's my understanding at this time, my client will be waiving his right to a trial and entering a plea of guilty to the underlying charge. Understanding there's a recommendation that it be taken under section 771.1 for a three-month term.
Thank you. Mr. Kello, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. So you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on November 16th, 2022, at Wayne County Airport, which is located City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you carried a dangerous weapon, that being a firearm, into a prohibited area of the airport?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Meads?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Kello, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count of this matter of dangerous weapon in a prohibited area. As previously indicated by the attorneys, the court will delay sentences. Ooh, excuse me. Will delay sentences, thank you. Delay sentences matter for a period of 3 months, sir, so long as you commit no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay the costs assessed by the court will review the matter in 3 months to administratively dismiss the matter, and you will not need to reappear. Was the item seized in this matter, Mr. Mena, a knife, a gun, or something else?
It was a gun, Your Honor, and it can be returned upon the completion of his probationary period.
Thank you. The court will assess cost of $900 in this matter. Mr. Kello, again, the gun may be retrieved from the police department after the completion of the 3 months with no new criminal offenses. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $900?
No, I don't.
5 days to pay, no new criminal cases in 3 months. Case will be dismissed. Gun may be retrieved after that 3-month period. Anything else, Mr. Meads?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kello, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Mena.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mena.
You're welcome, Mr. Kello. Good luck.
Thank you.
Is
Bye.
Mr. Ebbett back?
He did step back into the courtroom. Do I need him?
Let's see where we are.
Do I need?
Yeah.
Is he
Okay.
somewhere else, Mr. Turpin?
He stepped into the courtroom or at the
No,
actual.
listen. Stay there, leave the camera on. When I see him come back, I'll call the case, but I'll call some other things in the meantime.
Sounds good.
This is 22WM017150M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Kevin Davidson.
Ready, Your Honor? For the record, Your Honor, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Kevin Davidson.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for a pretrial in this matter. We do have an executed plea agreement in which Mr. Davidson would plead to the count of being a disorderly person with the understanding the matter would be taken under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Mr. Davidson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry.
Yes, sir. No worries. And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, sir?
I am. Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am. No, Your
Are
Honor.
you pleading guilty? Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on December 8th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is located city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you were a disorderly person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Davidson, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person in the airport, will assess costs of $300. Sir, so long as you pay that $300 and don't commit any new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan over the next 3 months, the court will review the matter for administrative dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
I do not.
Thank you, sir. 5 days to pay. You can pay it online. You can bring it to the court or you can mail it to the court, okay?
Sounds good.
Have a good day, sir. Thank you for your patience
You as
this
well.
morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is 22WM015360M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jeremy Turpin. Can I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Abbott on behalf of Jeremy Turpin, who is sitting to my left.
State your name for me, please, Mr. Turpin.
Jeremy Russell Turpin.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Abbott, how are we proceeding?
We're going to waive the arraignment, Your Honor, and we've reached a deal with the prosecutor that my client would be pleading guilty to the charge under 771.1 for a period of 3 months. And at that time, if he had no further, any criminal charges or actions, that it would be dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Turpin, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Turpin, you've had the opportunity to discuss your case with your attorney regarding the charges you face and the penalties against you.
Yes,
And after consulting with Mr. Abbott, you wish to waive your right to have a trial in this matter and enter the plea as previously indicated by Mr. Abbott.
I do.
And Mr. Abbott explained the rights you'd be waiving by entering this plea.
Yes.
And after consulting with him, sir, you wish to indicate and agree that on November 9, 2022, at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, that you committed a checkpoint violation at the airport by taking a dangerous weapon in.
I do.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Abbott?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Turpin, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter, checkpoint violation, as indicated previously. Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, was the weapon a gun, a knife, or something else, Mr. Mena?
It was a gun, Your Honor, and it can be returned upon the completion of his 3-month period.
Thank you. The court will assess costs of $900 in this matter, Mr. Turpin. You may retrieve the gun after the 3 months so long as you incur no new criminal offenses. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Could he have a couple of months, please, Your Honor? Would that be acceptable?
30 days to pay? Anything else,
Oh.
Mr. Ebbett?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor. I like
Thank
your
you.
Zoom, how it has the little notes on the bottom of it too.
Oh, I don't know what the notes are.
Oh, well, one, it says your hand is raised, and then it says to lower it now, and some other things.
Your regular navigation buttons.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Ebbett, thank you for assisting Mr. Turpin this morning. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too,
Thank
Your
you, Your
Honor.
Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is good. 2202250M. This is City of Romulus versus Brandon McDonald. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Brandon McDonald, who is appearing via Zoom. Mr. McDonald, can you take yourself off mute and state your name for the court?
I'm sorry. Brandon McDonald.
Thank you. This matter was scheduled for trial this morning. The court received information that this trial would not be necessary. Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we do have a resolution. I'll let Mr. Hadley put it on the record.
Your Honor, it's our understanding that the matter is going to be dismissed without prejudice at this time due to inability, I would say lack of evidence is what we're looking at this time. Or rephrase, the complaining witness is unavailable.
And Mr. Hadley, the defendant has no objection to the dismissal.
He does not, Your Honor. We had a chance to speak about this yesterday, and he's eager to get this put behind him.
This case is hereby dismissed. Mr. McDonald, thank you for logging on early, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am. You as well. Have a
Thank
great
you.
new year.
Thank you, Ms. Manarino. Thank you.
0155550M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Lauren Olson. Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Lauren Motti Olson.
Ms. Olson, the way the court staff have you identified indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mena, do we have a resolution?
We do, Your Honor. After speaking with Ms. Olson, she's going to plead responsible to the new and amended charge of double parking and pay a $300 fine. The item that she brought through the checkpoint was a taser, and that'll be destroyed.
Ms. Olson, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor this morning and you wish to accept the offer to plead responsible to the added count of double parking.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning and will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, to plead responsible.
No, ma'am.
You're doing so because you are in fact responsible.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Olson, is it true that on November 13, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, will dismiss the original misdemeanor charge, will assess the $300 agreed to by and between the parties, and the taser that was previously seized will be destroyed. Ms. Olson, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, ma'am.
I've got about 20 people on my screen.
5 days to pay, misdemeanor dismissed. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Olson?
I just can pay this online, correct?
You can pay it online, you can mail it to the court, or you can bring it to the court. The court staff needs time to put the resolution of the case in the file, so I would say wait at least 1 day.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for your patience. Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you. Nope, nope. This is 22WM009870M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Nicholas Hernandez. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Nicholas Hernandez, who's appearing via Zoom.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Jamesman appearing on behalf of the Wayne County Airport.
Mr. Hernandez, state your name for me, please, sir.
Nicholas Paul Hernandez.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the, be helpful, arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of arraignment, Your Honor, we'll enter a plea of not guilty, and we would ask the court to issue a PR bond. Mr. Hernandez has appeared several times on this matter.
Mr. Hadley, I'm going to interrupt you. It's labeled as arraignment pretrial, but I see that Al Hammond arraigned Mr. Hernandez back on September 26th.
And with reading the register of actions, it looked at as well, but I also saw it was up for arraignment. So again, we'll just move on to the pretrial purpose of today. I have spoke with Mr. Mena on this matter. He did forward me a discovery order. There's a little bit of video that I think we'd like to obtain before moving forward. So we would ask for an adjourned date to allow us to collect said video and for me to get this discovery order sent over for your review and signature.
Thank you. We'll adjourn the pretrial to
February 2nd at 9:40.
February 2nd at 9:40, back here with me on Zoom. Anything else in this case, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley? I'm sorry, yeah, Mr. Hadley.
No, Your Honor, we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, I'll see you back here on February 2nd, sir. You have a good day.
All right, so you said February 2nd,
Thank you.
9:30, correct?
9:40,
Yes,
sir.
9:40, and that would be the same exact Zoom information?
It is.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
You also.
This is 2207-090M. This is Van Buren Township versus Devontae Ford. Have your appearances, please.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
To my last chicken big nip. Man, I said, man, look here. I know I gotta.
Who's Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is Devontae Ford matter.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I apologize. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Devontae Ford.
Mr. Ford, turn your video on, please, and state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm having trouble navigating this. Devontae Ford.
Thank you, Mr.
Today's the
Ford.
day and time set for the arraignment. It says arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding, Mr. Bowditch?
As far as the arraignment, Your Honor, we waive formal reading and stand mute. As far as the pretrial, Your Honor, I think this matter needs to be adjourned. I think the prosecutor wishes to adjourn this matter.
No, Your Honor. It's when Mr. Bowditch and I had the last pretrial on this matter, there was some information that Mr. Bowditch was going to get for me. I haven't spoken with him this morning to see if he has that.
What was the
You have
information?
not spoken to him?
No, Your Honor. If we could go into a breakout room for a moment, then the court can recall the matter.
Thank you. We will do that. And please, Mr. Ford, know that there's an order for fingerprints on the front of the file. The court has signed that. If we're getting a new date in this matter, you'll need to go to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety and be fingerprinted before your next date, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Lewis, thank you. Mr.
I'm gonna go
Lewis,
into
I'm
breakout
not
room,
quite
Angela.
ready to call your case, but when we get to that point, you're gonna need to take your hood off and be stationary. Mr. Davis, your client's name, sir. Maurice Davis. Mary Ann, I'm leaving.
No. Thank you. Murray,
Good morning, Mr. Shand.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
Very good. So I think I'm going to have to sue my my dry cleaner.
What happened?
I put on a suit today for the first time in 3 months, and apparently he's shrinking my suits.
That awful dry cleaner, how dare he?
I can hardly breathe.
Your client is here. She is in the clerk's waiting room for her information to be verified. That would be her phone number and her email.
We just need some discovery from, I have not talked to Angela about this, so we're just retained. We just need the discovery on the case.
Mary Ann, would you get Ms. Holmes back out so I can get this case called? Ms.
Yes.
Manarino is in. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's no point in having her sit in that queue if all we're doing is putting it over. When Ms. Manarino comes back, we'll get your case called.
Thank
Get
you.
And Ms. Holmes on her way. Blaming the dry cleaner. I love it. Oh.
And it looks like Miss Brill has joined. We're ready to go on Miss Brill and 8 o'clock show cause whenever the court's ready for us, Your Honor.
I'm always ready for you, Mr. Hadley.
Well, I think I've got her. Yep, there she is. There you are, Miss Brill. Sorry about that. Miss Brill, can you please take yourself off mute?
I'm sorry?
Oh, we got you. Okay.
No, she's no.
Weird.
I'm just trying to get some, Mr. Hadley, what happens is I can see all these people. When they pop back on and you're here, I'll call the case. I'm just trying to get some other things organized. She's good.
Completely
Give me
got
1
you.
second. What happened with your hearing on the strict liability of?
It's been adjourned to be taken under advisement by the new opposing counsel, who I think is going to do the right thing. So I don't know that we'll ever get a judicial ruling on it, but I think it's resolved itself.
Thank you. This is 22 WM 01492 Wayne County Airport. We have it as Bill. Is it Bill or is it Brill?
With an R, Your Honor, B-R-I-L-L.
Your appearances, please.
There we go. Now you're.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Tracy Brill.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. State your name.
Oops, what happened?
Tracy Brill, that's B as in
Thank
boy,
you.
R-I-L-L.
Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. After speaking with Ms. Brill, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer, whereby the misdemeanor for the rules and regulations violation will be dismissed, and Ms. Brill will be pleading responsible to a double parking ticket with a $300 fine.
Ms. Brill, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning to the added count of double parking. You will not have a trial in this matter.
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promise anything to get you to plead responsible?
No.
Ma'am, is it true that on October 25th, 2022, at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. Will dismiss the violation misdemeanor in this matter. Will assess the agreed upon $300 fine. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on a fixed income and I just had surgery.
Then, Ms. Brill, you'll need to do is contact the court's collections department. On the court's main website, there is a contact us button. If you click that button, it'll drop down to allow you to submit a request for a payment plan, or you can call the court and speak to the collections department.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. I apologize. This one I had listed as was there a show cause or warrant to be recalled on this one or not?
There's just a show cause. There was no warrant.
Nope, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. You're free to
You
go,
as-
Ms. Brill.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good day.
You too. What's going on? No, the 12 o'clock? No, it's been dismissed. No, unless you want some live stuff. Do you want me to have some people come in? Are you feeling lonely? Do I need to bring anybody in for you? These are these are 22WM1613 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Theodora Katsakis. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the Airport Authority.
Yes, Your Honor, Michael D. Schloff appearing on behalf of Theodora Katsakis.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Theodora Katsakis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in these matters. How are we proceeding, Mr. Schloff?
Your Honor, Mr. Mena and I have discussed a resolution of this matter. Mr. Mena, would you like to inform the court of the resolution, or do you want me to?
Sure, I'll be happy to. Your Honor, there's two violations on this with regard to the A charge, the checkpoint violation. Ms. Katsakis is going to plead guilty to the charge that'll be taken pursuant to 771.1 for a period of 3 months with no new criminal violations. It'll be administratively dismissed. Upon completion of the 3-month period, the firearm that was confiscated can be returned to her. The B charge, the possession of an unregistered firearm, will be dismissed.
Thank you. Ms. Katsakis, would you raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had an opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Schloff, and you understand the charges against you and the penalties you face.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation with your attorney, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead guilty to the A file, which is a dangerous weapon, and the dismissal of the possession of unregistered firearm.
Yes, that's correct.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I understand.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Correct.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 20th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is located City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you were in possession of a firearm, a dangerous weapon, in the prohibited part of the airport?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Schloff?
I am indeed, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to possession of a dangerous weapon in prohibited area. We'll dismiss the unregistered firearm as previously indicated by Mr. Mena. Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan in that 3-month period. and pay the cost of $900. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No,
Anything else in this case, Mr. Mena?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Slough?
No, Your Honor. My client can make the cost payment on the court's website, I understand.
On the website, she can bring it in or she can mail it in, but I would ask that you wait at least 1 day for the clerks to be able to process the file, sir.
Understood, Your Honor. And just one other factor I wanted to make part of the record. My client had also been assessed an administrative penalty independent of this proceeding by the TSA. That administrative penalty has been paid in full. So I wanted the court to take that into consideration at the time of the administrative review.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
thank you.
Thanks again, Mr. Mena.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good luck to everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Shan. I'm just waiting for Ms. Manarino to pop out. She popped out and I missed her. Mr. Davis.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I don't know if you
Good
caught
morning.
us.
This is 22WM 015670M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Hannah J. Kelly Watkins. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport. My apologies.
I'm Reese Davis appearing with Hannah Kelly Watkins, who's present appearing via Zoom.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Hannah Kelly Watkins.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding?
Would like an opportunity to speak to the prosecutor about this matter.
Oh, okay. Let's get you moved in with Mr. Mena.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Duncan.
Hello, Judge. How are you?
I am wonderful, sir. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you.
Uh,
I've got Carolyn Calloway. I talked to Mr. Mena. I think we have it resolved. I'm hoping he's still there. You can confirm that it's resolved pursuant with our conversation.
Mr. Duncan, this is 22WM016090M. It's Wayne County Airport versus Callaway. May I have your appearance, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Murray Duncan appearing on behalf of the defendant, Carolyn Calloway, who is seated to my right.
Ms. Callaway, state your name for me, please, ma'am.
Yes, Carolyn Calloway.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
For purposes of arraignment, Judge, my client waives the reading and stands mute. And for purposes of the pretrial, I talked to Mr. Mena and he offered that my client could plead to a civil infraction of double parking and the criminal case would be dismissed.
Mr. Mena, this is the Carolyn Callaway matter.
Yes, Your Honor, 771 for 3 months. Right?
Mr. Mena, if you remember, we talked about this. This was a double parking offer.
Oh, this was a non-firearm case, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
double parking 300, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Callaway, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss your case with Mr. Duncan, and you understand the charges against you and the penalties you face.
Yes.
And Mr. Duncan explained to you that if you accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead responsible to the added count of double parking, you are waiving certain rights in this case.
Yes.
You understand that you will not have a trial in this matter?
Yes.
That you will not be able to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Ma'am, is it true that on November 20th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ms. Callaway, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, will dismiss the misdemeanor dangerous weapon in prohibited area as previously indicated by the prosecutor. A fine of $300 will be assessed in this matter. Ma'am, are you able to pay that amount within 5 days?
Yes.
5 days to pay, misdemeanor dismissed. Anything else, Mr. Duncan?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Callaway, good luck to you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank
Good day,
you. You
Judge.
as well.
Thank you. This is 2207980M. This is Van Buren Township versus Angelita Holmes. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Shan on behalf of Angelita Holmes, who is appearing via Zoom. Angie, can you please unmute yourself and state your name for the record? I see her.
Ms. Holmes?
And she was here.
I know, and she's been here, and she'll join us momentarily, Mr. Shand, I'm sure. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Shand, how are we proceeding?
Defendant will stand mute, Your Honor. And we just filed an appearance yesterday, and we haven't received any discovery yet. So I just ask a new date in which we can get discovery, and Ms. Manarino and I can have an opportunity to discuss this case.
Ms. Holmes, would you state your name for the record, ma'am? Her audio is open, Mr. Shan. I heard what you said, sir. There is a request from Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety that her bond be set at 2,010%, but in as much as she's retained counsel and appeared timely this morning, the court would set the bond at 2,000 personal.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll adjourn this matter out for pretrial to
February 2nd at 8:50.
February 2nd, 2023, 8:50 a.m. Back here with me on Zoom in number 1. Anything else, Mr. Shan?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Recalling the Kelly Watkins matter, I've noted your appearances for the record. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, I worked on an agreement where my client is prepared to enter a plea of responsible to the amended charge double parking with a $300 fine.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Ms. Kelly Watkins, raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney, including the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after doing so, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead responsible to the added count of double parking.
Yes.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
No.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 15, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Davis?
I am, Judge.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. Will dismiss the misdemeanor weapons in a restricted area. We'll assess the previously agreed upon $300 fine. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
5 days to pay, misdemeanor dismissed. Anything else in this case, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. These are 22VB02620 OT. This is Van Buren Township versus Antonio Roberson.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mary Rubio on behalf of Mr. Roberson, standing in for his attorney of record, Mr. Burgess.
Miss Rubio, have you spoken to Mr. Roberson, or do you need to?
I would like to speak to him. Apparently he did not realize I would be standing in for him. So that was just like a moment.
Okay, we'll get you moved into a breakout room.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mena, can I get your audience for a real quick moment?
Absolutely.
Hello?
Mr. Roberson, you'll see an invitation to join the attorney in the breakout room, okay?
Good, thanks.
Ms. Holmes?
All right, so it's MORGS at Detroit. There's no dot.
Detroit, no.
Ms. Holmes? Good morning, Mr. Bolahanis.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm wonderful, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much.
Well, you're a little.
Is there any
early
chance you
into
could
this.
put me in a breakout room?
With whom?
The prosecutor?
With me, Judge?
Oh, I
I
thought he
can-
had an airport case for some reason.
No, I thought it was mine. Pretty sure.
You just want to, okay. Oh, I see it now.
Van
Schmidt,
Buren
thank you.
Township,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought it was, okay. I thought it was mine. I can move Mr. Bolahanis into my, my meeting room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Roberson, you should see an invitation to join a breakout room.
I haven't seen it.
Ms. Holmes? Angie Holmes?
Sir, you might want to check your device. I have sent you an invitation.
Or make that an extra. Say so.
Huh?
I don't see an invite anywhere.
This is 2207090M. This is Van Buren Township versus Devontae Ford.
Ready, Your Honor. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Ford. Your Honor, Mr. Ford is requesting a bench trial.
It's Angelita Holmes 04 at
Miss-
Gmail. You want
Ms.
me to spell it?
Holmes? Ms. Holmes?
Yes, I hear
Your
you.
case- I can hear, ma'am, I can hear
Okay.
you. Your case has already been called and it's been adjourned. Your new court date is February 2nd at 8:50 a.m., 8:50 a.m., okay? Mr. Bowditch, is discovery complete in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Even without discovery, you wish to have the matter set for bench trial?
Well, we could set it for another pretrial, Your Honor. That'd be fine.
I'm not, no, sir, I'm not trying to talk out of your bench trial. I just want the record to be clear.
Well, maybe I should at least get the police report and stuff. Let's adjourn this for another pretrial, Your Honor. You understand, Mr. Ford? I'm going to get some information. You and I are going to talk again.
That new
Yes, sir.
pretrial date, Marianne, will be
February 2nd at 8:50.
February 2nd, 2023 at 8:50 a.m. back here at number 1 on Zoom with me. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
Sorry, Judge, no.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Your Honor, no, Your Honor. Mr.
Thank
Ford,
you.
I want, Mr. Ford, stay in the breakout room. I need to get your phone number.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Ford, the other thing, before you went to the breakout room, the court did advise that there is an order for fingerprints on the file. You'll need to be fingerprinted before the next court date. You can do that at the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, I'm going to put you back in my breakout room to get your phone number.
Okay.
Hello.
This is 22WM016280M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Patrick Thomas. May I have your appearances, please? Patrick Thomas,
Yes, ma'am.
state your name, sir.
Patrick Thomas.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, is this you or is this Mr. Hadley?
This is me, Your Honor. I apologize. For the record, Your Honor, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Thomas. Your Honor, today is the date and time for a pretrial in this matter. We do have an executed plea agreement in which Mr. Thomas would be pleading guilty to a checkpoint violation with the understanding the matter would be taken under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Mr. Thomas, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bowditch, including the penalties you face and the charges against you.
Yes, ma'am.
And after doing so, you wish to plead guilty to the dangerous weapon in a prohibited area at the airport.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on November 12, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you possessed a dangerous weapon in a prohibited area of the airport?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Your Honor, it was a handgun.
Thank you.
And it will be, he knows the process to get it returned and everything.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the checkpoint violation. Sentence is delayed for a period of 3 months. No new criminal offenses during that time. The court will assess cost of $900. So are you able to pay that amount within 5 days?
Yes, ma'am.
5 days to pay, no new criminal offenses for 3 months. Weapon may be returned at the expiration of that 90-day period. Good luck to you, Mr. Thomas. Have a good day, sir.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
These are 22WM01632. This is Wayne County Airport versus Andrelise Verastro. No?
I think you're waiting for Mr. Hadley, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Hadley.
We're going to
Thank you.
dismiss both Verastros. There's two.
22WM16330M, Richard Verastro, both of them are being dismissed, Mr. Mena.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll note the file and I'll indicate as much to Mr. Hadley when they return. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 22WM016730M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Donald Morris. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the Airport Authority.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Gerald Eaglin, P29182 on behalf of Donald Morris, who appears by Zoom.
Mr. Morris, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Donald Morris.
Thank you. Mr. Evelyn, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
We would certainly waive the reading of the arraignment, Your Honor, the charges. And I believe Mr. Minna and I have had some conversation about the matter. We would like to go into a breakout room if the court permits.
Absolutely. We'll pass this matter. You can speak to Mr. Minna.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Mays?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't have a second case. I don't see your name with another case. What are you here for?
Rachel Clark.
Did you recently file an appearance in this matter?
I don't know when it was, but it's filed.
Is your client with you?
No, she should be logged in.
She's in the check-in room, Your Honor. If I could just go into a breakout room for a minute with Mr. Mays before the court calls the matter. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll move
Thank you. Mr. Hadley,
Yes, Your Honor.
on the Verestro matters, 22WM01632 and 1633. Mr. Minna has indicated that those cases have been dismissed. I've noted the file accordingly. I've called your client's names without response, but this case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do know that they're in the courtroom or at the courthouse using the Zoom, so I think everything should be taken care of. We appreciate everyone's time on that matter. I don't see them either. I think they logged up.
That's okay. Let's see. Hello. Hi. Good. Are there some people downstairs waiting for the Zoom for Verestro? No, don't bring them in. The cases have been dismissed. Verestro, Andrew Lease and Richard Verestro. They're dismissed. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye. This is a recall of (193017OT), 193016OD, and 22VB02620. These are all Van Buren Township versus Roberson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, representing Mr. Roberson. Again, standing in for his attorney of record, Mr. Burgess. And after speaking with him with Mr. Roberson's permission, I believe, is that correct, Mr. Roberson?
Yes.
The 2022 case is scheduled this morning for arraignment and pretrial. Ms. Rubio, how are we proceeding in this matter?
You said arraignment? Okay, then he's just standing mute. And I'm not sure how this court handles pretrials, but if Your Honor is so inclined, since I'm not his attorney of record, I would just ask for an adjourned pretrial or a final pretrial.
Thank you, ma'am. Bond in this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. Mr. Roberson, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until this case is resolved in its entirety. We will adjourn the pretrial to
February 2nd at 8:50.
Okay.
at 8:50.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Back on Zoom, back with me, back in number 1. Ms. Rubio, the other 2 matters, the 2019 cases were scheduled for pretrial this morning. Are we just adjourning those along as well?
Yes, yes, I would request, Your Honor, that they all track together.
We'll adjourn all 3 cases. Mr. Roberson, I'll see you back here on February 2nd, sir. Good luck to you.
Okay,
Have a
thank you.
good day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You as well.
Thank you. Are we ready on Morris now?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Recalling 22WM01673, Wayne County Airport versus Morris. The attorney's appearances are noted for the record. Mr. Evelyn, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, Mr. Morris is going to enter a guilty plea to this matter, Your Honor.
There's a plea offer that this was a delayed for 3 months.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Morris, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you've given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I affirm.
Thank you. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney, and you understand the charges you face and the penalties against you.
I do.
And after doing so, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor.
I do.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Morris, is it true that on November 29, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, you were in possession of a firearm in a prohibited area of the airport?
Yes, I was.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena? Oh, we lost, yep.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Evelyn?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. I'm satisfied the court complied.
Thank you. Mr. Morris, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter. As indicated previously, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses during that 3-month period of time, the court will assess a cost of $900. So pay the fine, pay the cost, no new criminal offenses. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. I'm sorry, were you starting to say something, sir?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Evelyn?
No, Your Honor, good to see you. Have a good day.
Good to see you. Have a good day. Good luck to you, Mr. Morris.
Thank you very much.
Good seeing you, Mr. Evelyn.
Always good to see you, Mr. Mena.
I think Mr.
Mr.
Tefelsky is ready, Your Honor.
It's like magic, Mr. Mena, that I'm looking at the screen and Mr. Tefelsky has 3 names and the court's already on all 3 of them. Let's start with 22WM01709. This is Wayne County Airport versus Mark Holbert. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
All right. Paul Tefelsky on behalf of Mr. Holbert.
Mr. Holbert, state your name for me, please.
Mark Holbert.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Tefelsky, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. I have discussed the case with Mr. Mena, and my client is prepared to tender a plea of guilty with the matter being taken under advisement for 3 months.
Thank you. Mr. Holbert, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. May I put your hand down? You've had the opportunity to discuss your case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after doing so, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead guilty to the checkpoint violation.
Yes.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on December 6, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you committed a checkpoint violation by carrying a dangerous weapon into the airport?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Tefelsky?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Holbert, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter. Mr. Tefelsky, what was the weapon?
It was a handgun.
Mr. Holbert, the court will assess costs in this matter of $900. The plea is delayed, the sentence is delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during these 3 months and pay the $900. The court will review the matter administratively for dismissal. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, no problem.
5 days to pay? No new criminal offenses for the next 90 days. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Tefelsky?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Holbert, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 22WM 016190M. This is Wayne County Airport versus David Guerra.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Tefelsky on behalf of Mr. Guerra.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Guerra.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Tefelsky, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my client will be pleading guilty with a 3-month under advisement.
Thank you. Mr. Guerra, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Guerra, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after that discussion, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead guilty as charged to the possession of a firearm in a prohibited area of the airport.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the ability to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No,
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I am.
Sir, is it true that on November 21st, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you carried a firearm into a prohibited area of the airport?
I did.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Tefelsky?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Guerra, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter. Will assess costs of $900. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. 5 days to pay. No new criminal offenses for the next 3 months, and then the court will review the matter for administrative dismissal. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you,
No,
Mr. Guerra. Good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Same to you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you,
Honor.
sir. This is 22WM016040M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Madeline Young. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Paul Tefelsky on behalf of Ms. Young.
Ms. Young, state your name for the record, ma'am.
Madeline Young.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Tefelsky, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my client is going to plead guilty to an amended charge of double parking or plead responsible.
Ms. Young, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. May you put your hand down? You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yeah.
And yes?
Yes.
And after having that discussion, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead responsible to the added count of double parking?
Yes.
You understand that the court accepts your plea this morning? You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No.
Is it true that on November 18, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea. I'm sorry, Mr. Mena satisfied.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Tefelsky satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of double parking, will dismiss the misdemeanor. Court will assess a fine of $300. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, I do not.
5 days to pay. Good luck to you, Ms. Young. You have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Tefelsky?
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your efficiency, sir. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Your Honor, I have.
This is 2207420 OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Nicholas Schmidt.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Gregory Bohannes on behalf of Nicholas Schmidt, Your Honor.
Mr. Schmidt, state your name for the record, sir.
Nicholas Schmidt.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bohannes, how are we proceeding this morning?
Stand mute. We'd ask the court to enter not guilty for purposes of arraignment, and we resolve the matter via pretrial.
And what will that resolution be, Mr. Bohannes?
The resolution is prosecutors moving to dismiss the original counts 1 and 2 in exchange for the defendant pleading guilty to operating while visibly impaired.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that the court accepts your plea of guilty to this morning to the added count of operating while visibly impaired. You will not have a trial of any kind in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, I have not.
You plead guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, I'm sorry, Mr. Bohannes, before we proceed, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as this case started in Van Buren Township. Knowing that, sir, do you wish to proceed with the plea or do you need a moment to speak to your client?
We want to proceed with the plea.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, my question to you was on October 24, 2022 in Van Buren Township, were you operating a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bohannes?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Schmidt, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of operating while visibly impaired, will dismiss the operating while intoxicated and the failure to stop or identify after a property damage accident. Because this was the first appearance in this matter, there had not previously been bond set. Court sets your bond at $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, sir, but what you must do is continue to participate in these proceedings until this case is resolved in its entirety. The complaint
Honor,
attached in this file indicates that, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was just going to mention to the court that my client is a resident of Chicago, Illinois, Your Honor, just for your court's edification.
Thank you, sir. The blood alcohol reported in the complaint is at 0.27. Based on that, the court will make a condition that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the.
Have any attorney checking on that sugar case?
No.
Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, I didn't speak with anyone, Your Honor, on that case. Outside the officer, I did speak with the officer. Hello?
Mr. Schmidt, because this is a drinking and driving offense, the next step in these proceedings is that the court will refer you to the probation department. They will interview you, make a sentence recommendation, and schedule the matter for sentencing. They will use the phone number and email that you provided to the court staff this morning. Once you've completed that, they'll schedule you to come back before this court for a sentence to be imposed. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bolahanis?
No, Your Honor. I just want to let the court know that Mr. Schmidt has been attending counseling and he's been going to AA almost on a daily basis since this incident. And I do have documentation reflecting that.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Bolahanis?
No, Your Honor, we'll just receive a sentencing date then.
You'll receive, your client will receive email and phone calls from the probation department. Yes, and then you'll get the sentencing date.
Thank you so much. You and your staff have a great
Have a
day.
good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is 220609 OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Rachel Clark. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, state your name, please.
Rachel Clark.
Today,
Your Honor, the
thank you, Ms. Clark.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Sorry, Judge. So the prosecutor and I have had an opportunity to discuss this case. We're going to ask that this matter be set for a motion hearing. I am just about ready with my motions at this time. I would ask that the evidentiary hearing be scheduled for February 2nd, if that's available.
Mr. Mays, if you would indulge me for 1 second, this case was scheduled for arraignment. Are we skipping right to motion without arraignment?
I would waive reading on the arraignment, Your Honor, and ask that the court enter a not guilty plea.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Van Buren Township Public Safety has put a recommendation in the file indicating they do not oppose personal bond. The court will set bond as matter at $5,000 personal. Ms. Clark, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to participate in these proceedings until the matter is resolved in its entirety. Condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages. Mr. Mays, the court will put the pretrial and motion hearing over to February 2nd, 2023 at
11:30.
11:30 a.m. back here on Zoom, back with me. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mays?
No, thank you very much. Have a great day, Judge.
Thank you. You too, Ms. Clark. I'll see you on February 2nd. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
This is 22WM 01614OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Griffin. Ms. Griffin, it appears that both of the court-appointed attorneys are away right now. If you sit tight, I'll circle back to you when Mr. Hadley or Mr. Bowditch reappear.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Puta.
Good morning.
Who is your
I-
client this morning, sir?
I have Miss Okunato.
Did you need to speak to the prosecutor or were you ready to proceed?
If I could speak with the prosecutor first, please.
We'll get you into a breakout with Mr. Mena, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mena? I just need Marianne. I need one of them to come back. I don't know if these are all Josh Hadley's cases or Bowditch. Thank you, Mr. Hadley. We have 2207640M. This is Van Buren Township versus Deborah Gilmore. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Maynard, Basic People.
I believe that's a Mr. Bowditch. Isn't that correct, Jeff?
Member Gilmore, ready, Your Honor. For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Miss Gilmore. Your Honor, we are requesting an adjournment in this matter.
Ms. Gilmore, state your name for the record, please.
You talk about me?
Ms. Gilmore. Ms. Gilmore. This is 22. We'll get back to that matter when she turns her video on. Is able
There
to
we
put her
go.
appearance
Deborah
on.
Gilmore.
I think she's present,
you.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
She
I
is.
couldn't do
She just said her name. For purposes of arraignment, Mr. Bowditch.
We would waive the formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor.
There is a recommendation from Van Buren Township indicating that they do not oppose personal bond. Ms. Gilmore, the court will set your bond at $3,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until this case is resolved. The adjourned date for the pretrial will be
February 2nd at 9 o'clock.
February 2nd at 9 a.m. back on Zoom, back in number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
9 o'clock, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Ms. Gilmore. Have a good day. I'll see you on February 2nd.
Okay, thank you. You too.
Thank you. These are 2206140M and 2206150M. These are both Van Buren Township versus Ross Coba. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Maynard on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, bring on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Ross Kuba.
Sir, state your name for the record, please.
Was Coba.
Coba, thank you so very much, sir. Sorry for the mispronunciation. Mr. Hadley, today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we've had a few, I think best described as technical issues with the discovery materials, specifically the Kids Talk DVDs. I think Ms. Manarino and I are still working on getting clean copies of those. If I understand correctly, we believe that this should be set for a bench trial at this time, and we'd ask that it just be set far enough out to allow us to get this last discovery issues cleaned up. Ms. Manarino, were you, I know the court will be the decider on this, but the date that we spoke about previously, is that, oh, you did get back to me, I'm sorry.
I did, yeah, no, that's fine if the court's agreeable to February 16th, we'd ask the trial to be set for that date.
February 16th at
11 o'clock.
at 11 a.m. live here in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. I will see you, Mr. Koba, here on February 16th upstairs in courtroom number 1. Have a good day, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. This is 22WM015640M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Alonzo Doss. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Alonzo Doss.
Mr. Doss?
How you doing, Your Honor?
State your name, please.
Alonzo Doss.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, and as to the pretrial, the people have made a plea offer that we would like to avail ourselves of, whereby Mr. Doss will be pleading guilty to the dangerous weapon charge under MCL 771.1 with a 3-month delayed sentence.
Mr. Doss, are you able to start video, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Take your hood off, Mr. Doss, please. Thank you.
Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, including the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after doing so, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead guilty to the sole count in this matter of possession of a firearm in a prohibited area of the airport.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Correct. Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on November 15, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, you had a dangerous weapon, that being a firearm in a prohibited area of the airport?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
We are, Your Honor. Just a brief allocation.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me for one moment. Don't go
Yeah.
anywhere.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Mr. Mena, are you around?
My apologies.
Yeah, Jeff, you want to go to breakout room?
Please.
The court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter, sir. Delayed sentence for 3 months. Court will assess costs of $900. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes.
Mr. Doss, you can go online to the court's website. There's a contact us button which allows you to drop down and submit a request for a payment plan. In addition to making that payment, sir, no new criminal offenses for the next 90 days. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal at the conclusion of that 90 days, okay?
Okay. So after 90 days, it just automatically be dismissed?
Yes, sir. The court will review it. The clerks will run the record to make sure you haven't incurred any new criminal offenses, and then the case will be dismissed.
Okay, and then
your firearm at that point, Mr. Doss, once you've successfully completed that term of probation, you can then go back to the Wayne County Airport Authority to retrieve the firearm.
okay, will I get some type of I'm assuming I'll get something sent to to my house stating that the case is closed, or do I just call, or after the 90-day period is up?
The dismissal will be on the register of actions, sir.
You can print it right up off the line, sir.
What was that?
What, you can go to the court's website and print out the register of actions that the judge was just talking about, and it will show that your case has been closed. That will be your documentation that you're speaking about to show that you successfully completed probation.
Okay. All right, I'll deal with that when they get closer to the time.
And if you have questions on that, Mr. Doss,
Thank-
please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doss. Have a good day. This is 22WM016140, and this is Wayne County Airport versus Griffin. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Mallory Griffin.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Nia Loren Griffin.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'd like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer at this time, whereby Ms. Griffin will be entering a plea of guilty under the delayed sentencing of MCL 771.1 with an agreed upon 3 months of probation, with the understanding that the knife that was confiscated in this matter will be destroyed and will not be returned.
Ms. Griffin, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, including the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that discussion, you wish to accept the offer of the prosecutor and plead guilty as charged to having a dangerous weapon in the prohibited area of the airport.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 21st, 2022, at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you carried a knife into a prohibited area of the airport?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the checkpoint violation. Since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, the court will assess costs in this matter of $500. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes.
Ms. Griffin, what you'll need to do is go to the court's website. There's a button that says contact us, and you can do that, hit that drop down, and you can submit a request for a payment plan. You can call the court, speak to the collections department, establish a payment plan. In addition to paying the $500, no new criminal offenses for the next 90 days, and the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal, okay?
Okay.
Thank you for your patience this morning, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. This is 22WM015560M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Akunada. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Julian Puda on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Okonato.
Ma'am, state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Oladuni Okonato.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Puda, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the matter with the prosecutor. Prosecutor's offering to dismiss the original charge and offer a civil infraction of double parking with agreed upon fine of $300 and forfeiture of the weapon. And I advise my client of that offer if she wishes to avail herself of it.
Ms. Okonato, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You ready to put your hand down? You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after that conversation with Mr. Puda, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead responsible to the added count of double parking.
Yes.
Do you understand the rights you waive in entering into this agreement?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 13, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Puta?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. A fine of $300 will be assessed, and the seized weapon will be forfeited. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
5 days to pay, ma'am. You can pay online, you can mail it into the court, or you can bring it into the court. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Puda?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck to you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 22VB02130 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Darius Lewis. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Mr. Lewis,
Yes, ma'am.
state your name, sir.
Darius Lewis.
Did you speak to Mr. Hadley or Mr. Bowditch?
I'm not sure.
That's fine, Your Honor. My apologies, Your Honor. For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Lewis.
For
far as any
purposes of
arraignment,
arraignment
Your
and pretrial,
We would waive formal reading and stand mute if it hasn't been arraigned yet, Your Honor. As far as the
it has
pretrial,
not been arraigned.
Ms. Manarino and I have spoken about this. We're requesting an adjournment to get some further information.
In the interim, Mr. Lewis, your bond in this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until this case is resolved in its entirety.
Yes, ma'am.
Your return court date will be
February 2nd, 9 o'clock.
February 2nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. Back here in courtroom number 1, back by Zoom. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, you have a good afternoon. Thank you for your patience this morning, sir.
Thank you.
This is 22WM016380M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Dominique Wilson. And have
Ready,
your
Your Honor.
appearances, please.
Yes,
Your Honor.
Dominique Wilson.
And Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Wilson. Your Honor, if today's the date of the arraignment, we'd waive formal reading, stand mute. As far as the pretrial, Ms. Wilson wishes to plead guilty to a checkpoint violation with the understanding that the matter would be taken under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Ms. Wilson, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bowditch. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor and plead guilty to the checkpoint violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on November 24, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you committed a violation, checkpoint violation by carrying a dangerous weapon into a prohibited part of the airport?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
What was the weapon, Ms. Wilson?
It was a taser.
Taser.
Yes,
Ma'am, the court will assess costs of $500 in this matter since it's delayed for a period of 3 months, which means no new criminal violations in the state of Michigan. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Wilson, you've heard me previously indicate to people you can go to the court's website. There's a contact us button. You click on that button, it drops down, allows you to submit a request for a payment plan. Please do that. Or you can call the court's collection department and set up a payment plan, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. These are 22 VB 02343 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus David Dick. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. David Dick.
Good morning, Mr. Dick. State your name for me, please, sir.
David Dick.
Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on these matters. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, will waive formal reading of the arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty. Would ask for a brief adjournment to allow us to get a discovery order and obtain discovery.
Thank you. Mr. Dick, your
Yes,
bond in
ma'am.
this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved. Mr. Hadley has requested discovery in this matter, and the court will adjourn the pretrial. That new date will be
February 2nd, 9 o'clock.
February 2nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. back on Zoom in number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Dick, you have a good day, sir. I'll see you on February 2nd.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is, these are 22WM01705 A, B, and C. These are Wayne County Airport versus Jacob Lobenberg. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Unmute yourself and state your name for me, sir.
All right, everyone, please stand by and unmute yourself. Judge is getting ready to enter the virtual court.
Sorry about that. This is Jacob Lobenberg.
No worries, sir. The way the court staff have you identify indicates that you're waiving your right to the assistance of a court-appointed attorney this morning, sir. Is that accurate?
I just wanted to go through as quickly as possible. I admitted to the infraction that was in question.
There are 3 infractions. Mr. Mena?
He's going to plead responsible to the speeding charge, Your Honor. We're going to dismiss the defrauding and the fail at signal.
Thank you. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, is it true that on December 5th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you were speeding 1 to 5 over the posted limit?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the B file, which is the speeding file, will impose fines and costs of $130 and dismiss the failing to signal and or observe and the misdemeanor case of defrauding an innkeeper. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
I do, ma'am.
Sir, you can go online to the court's website. There is a contact us button. Click that button, submit a request for payment plan, or you can call the court or physically come into the court, speak to the collections department, and set a payment plan in this matter. Anything else? Any questions, sir?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so very much for your patience this morning. Have a great day.
You too, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, I see you. Give me one moment. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Nope, Judge, we had a great conversation yesterday, so I'm on your schedule and Mr. Bankert is here at my office with me.
Oh. I just have a few earlier cases. Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
It appears that both of the court-appointed attorneys are in breakout rooms right now. I'll circle back to you as soon as I can.
Okay.
This is 2207-250M. This is Van Buren Township versus Peter Bankert. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
And good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Hall appearing for and on behalf of Mr. Bankert, who is coming from our waiting area. Sitting next to me very shortly. Peter, if you could grab a seat, and once seated, if you could state your name for the record, please. Peter Bankert. Thank you.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hall, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, I had a great conversation with Ms. Manarino yesterday. We believe it's most appropriate at this point to set this matter for a final pretrial. I would say something in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 weeks ahead, because we anticipate, I'd say, a lot of conversation and negotiation in that time.
Marianne, are we using that February 2nd date?
Yes, we do have that.
At what time, ma'am?
9:10.
February 2nd, 2023 at 9:10 a.m. on Zoom back here in courtroom number 1. Mr. Hall, the other outstanding matter is there is an order for fingerprints on the front of the file. I have signed that. Please have your client fingerprinted at the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety before our next appearance date, okay?
Certainly, Judge. And would he need to bring a copy of that order with him in order to be fingerprinted?
Yes, sir.
If there's any way a member of your staff could send that to one of the email addresses at my office, we'll make sure we help Mr. Bankert facilitate that.
I will do that, Mr. Hall.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne. Have a good
Always
day,
good to
Mr. Hall. Good to see
Always
you.
good to see you, Judge. And thanks again as well, Angela.
Thanks, Joe. I'll be in touch.
Perfect.
Mr. Hadley, were you with Mr. Michael Williams?
I was not, Your Honor. I'm here on Eric Edwards.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Eric Edwards. It was a 1050, one of the airport cases.
This is 22WM017440M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Eric Edwards.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Eric Edwards. Mr. Edwards, can you turn your camera on for the court and state your name?
He's on the phone.
Oh, he's on the phone. I'm sorry. There we go. I just saw the icon there. Mr. Edwards, can you state your name for the court?
Name is Eric Edwards.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after advising Mr. Edwards of his rights and explaining the situation, I'm sorry, no arraignment on this one, was there? I apologize, Your Honor.
Correct, sir.
Okay. In this instance, we would like to plead guilty as charged with a very brief allocution.
Mr. Edwards, do you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear from the
Yes, Your Honor.
testimony you're giving this matter? Do you swear from the testimony you're giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let me put your hand down, Mr. Mr. Edwards. You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Edwards, is it true that on November 27, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you submitted a false report of a misdemeanor, more specifically that you were reporting a hit and run accident on airport property when such accident did not occur?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
We are, Your Honor.
The court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter. Mr. Hadley, the elocution, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Edwards has fully owned the situation and regrets, obviously the actions that took place that day. For the court's context, there basically was a car accident, as you mentioned. It was panic. It was a situation he hadn't been in before. The fight or flight mechanism kicked in, and again, something that he understands was wrong, and apologizes and gives the court his reassurances that will not happen again.
Thank you.
Got it.
Mr. Edwards,
Yes, Your Honor.
sir, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. I solely apologize for wasting your time, everyone else's time. Once again, I panicked. It was my first time being in an accident. I didn't know what to do, and I sincerely do apologize.
I appreciate that, Mr. Edwards. And the court will impose, sir, a fine of $200, cost of $100. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's mandatory $50 state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $445. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Edwards, what you need to do is go onto the court's website. There's a contact us button. You click that, it'll drop down to requesting a payment plan, or you can call the court and request a payment plan with the collections department, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for your time. Good luck to you, Mr.
Thank
Edwards.
you. Have a good day, Mr.
Thank you
Edwards.
so much.
These are 22WM01493 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Alexandria Pinger. Have your appearances, please.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Camilla Barkovic appearing on behalf of Ms. Pinger, who is present by way of Zoom.
This is Alexandria Pinger.
Looking for Mr. Minna. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Ms. Barkovic, for purposes of arraignment, what say you, ma'am?
Your Honor, we would waive formal reading, stand mute, and ask that the court enter a not guilty plea.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, ma'am?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. At this time, I'm asking for an adjourned pretrial conference so that we can engage in further negotiations relating to this matter.
Thank you so very much. There is not a bond recommendation in the file, but inasmuch as your client appeared timely and appropriately this morning, courts will set the bond at $5,000 personal. What was the alleged intoxicant in this case, ma'am?
Your Honor, the allegation was alcohol exclusively.
Ms. Pinger is not to purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages during the pendency of this matter. The adjourned pretrial date will be
February 2nd at 9:20.
February 2nd at 9:20 a.m. back here on Zoom, back with courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Barkovic?
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pinger. I'll see you at that day. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Rahul, is your client with you?
No, Your Honor. My client is not here with me. Do I have consent to appear on his behalf alone?
Oh. Have you, I heard your question. Have you spoken to Mr. Minna?
No, not yet, Your Honor.
Let's get you to a breakout room and speak to Mr. Minna. And if you're not able to resolve it, I'll call the case and we'll hear your motion.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who was here for that?
Building inspectors.
Oh,
or ordinance
yeah.
officers, And then there's another attorney here.
Yep.
Okay.
Alaham.
Is that the attorney?
No, that's the defendant. Hold on, give me.
Oh, I remember that.
No,
That's not the guy with the
it is with the,
Constitution. He says we're not playing by the rules of the Constitution.
that's not him. It's a different case and I left it in my office.
But he isn't here. I just thought it was him.
We have, you know what? I know we have it. It's not 11:30, it's something else.
Bradford just told me it was 11:30. We don't even show down the docket.
We don't need it. Would you do me a favor?
Hmm.
Would you go in my office on a conference? Nope, you know what? I'll be right back, Mary Ann. I can't describe it because I don't know exactly what it is.
Jamie.
Yeah, I thought I knew what it was and I didn't want to tell you because I was guessing. It was adjourned to today live at 11:30 and it's not on the docket because I don't see it. Were you about to ask me?
That's not a civil, is it? No.
It's a civil infraction.
Oh, civil infraction.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought it was a civil case.
no,
Okay.
it's a civil infraction. It is a, yeah. I know the case and I knew I had it in my hand and it wasn't on the docket, but it was set.
Can I borrow your phone?
Miss Manorino, can I get an audience with you very briefly?
Yeah, just head into my meeting room, Josh.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, we do have a live one at 11:30. I know it's not on the docket,
I don't know why it's not on the docket.
and we can't explain why it's not on the docket. It's a civil infraction. Good, right? I think it's we've already heard it once and they're doing something else today.
It was adjourned and it wasn't put on the docket for some reason.
Oh, it was adjourned before the today. It wasn't put in. Does that answer all your questions, sir? Okay. Bye.
Mr. Bowditch is in with the airport. Oh, no, these. I wrote in one because there's multiple files and I always write in the rest of them when I have a lull in the conversation. All of them go to Mary Ann eventually. I'm waiting for 115 cases this morning. Yes, exactly. And these are still all to go. Thank goodness for. Can't imagine having that many people in here this morning.
Yeah, could you imagine that? Oh, be like the other day. I'll be saying, you know what, maybe retirement does it pretty good.
First of all, there's no retirements from courtroom number 1.
Yeah, I'm happy here.
Yeah, you say
I
that
look
now.
forward to coming to work.
That's a lie.
No, I do. My last couple of years at the police department, I didn't look forward to going to work. I had to deal with Mr. Weiss.
I haven't seen him,
No, I haven't heard hide nor hair.
and I keep asking Kevin, I'm like, have you called him? Have you spoken to him? You checked on him?
Wasn't his wife really sick when he left?
Trying to think of there's not much else. I haven't heard much else going on.
Well, I was leaving Sonars yesterday, Tuesday. I'm sorry, Monday is his last day. He's leaving. He'll be turning the keys over Tuesday.
Kevin went and talked to him that day.
Yes, in our Tony. But anyway, when I was leaving there, I was seeing a bunch of fire trucks and police cars and ambulance down at Belleville Time.
Excuse.
There was a car flipped on its side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw pictures of it. I keep telling people that is a horrible, bad corner, and they're telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. That it's not that bad, that Wayne County's looked at it, and they've done it. They've done a traffic study, and there's no problem. So I drive that way all the time. There was always a bumper, a grill, or some glass or something on that corner, and it's been that way for years. And heaven forbid something happened when you know that there's a problem, but
There's been a need for a no left, or not a no left turn, but a left turn signal there for years.
Andy, would you go in and have Mr. Bowditch come out? He can go back and talk to Mr. Mena later. Please and thank you. See, they put the time in so I can see. Thank you, Mr. Bowditch. This is 22WM01640OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Michael Williams. Your appearances.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Williams. Your Honor, today is a date and time set for a hearing in this matter. Mr. Williams would be pleading guilty, would be pleading no contest, Your Honor, for the fact that he has no memory of this event to malicious destruction of property. I don't think, Your Honor, he has any doubt that he did this. It's just that he has no particular memory because of the trauma that he was going through. There was a hole punched in a wall, all out of frustration over the day's events. This singular event, he doesn't seem to remember, but he has no doubt that it happened. And I believe it would be my apologies, Your Honor.
Mr. Mena and Mr. Bowditch, the form I have in the file indicates that Mr. Williams is pleading guilty for the 6-month delayed sentence and restitution to be determined. Was there another resolution?
No, Your Honor, that's the resolution. I just didn't have the 7716 months written down.
Yeah, my apologies for the delay there, Your Honor.
You're fine, Mr. Mena. Mr. Williams, state your name for me, please.
Michael Williams.
Thank you. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You have the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges against you and the penalties you face.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to malicious destruction of property
No.
at the airport.
No contest, Your Honor.
No contest.
I'm sorry. And Mr. Bowditch, you said no contest because he doesn't remember punching a hole in the wall at the airport?
That is correct, Your Honor.
I have no objection to that, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything?
No, Your Honor.
And based on the assertions that you don't have a memory of this event, you are satisfied that the court rely on the recitation of statements made by the prosecutor for the factual basis for the charges against you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mena, what happened on November 25th, 2022 at the airport with Mr. Williams?
Yes, Mr. Williams was involved in an altercation at the airport, Your Honor. When he was asked to exit the airplane and go down the jetway, he did so. On his way exiting the jetway, he punched a hole in the jetway wall of about 12 inches.
Thank you.
I mean, that's what the report indicates, Your Honor, I should say.
Thank you. Based on the fact that Mr. Williams has no memory or has limited memory of the events from November 25th, 2022 at the airport, the court will rely on the factual basis set forth by the prosecutor, except the no contest plea in this matter. As indicated previously, since this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months, Mr. Williams, the court will assess a $300 in cost and indicate that the issue of restitution is reserved, which means that the Wayne County Airport has the ability to come back and request restitution in this matter for repair or replacement of the jetway that was punched back in November of 2022. Additionally, sir, you need to, in addition to paying this amount, you can incur no new criminal offenses, no new criminal misdemeanors in the state of Michigan for the next 6 months, understood?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount? You're fine.
Yes, I do.
Sir, you've been sitting with me this morning. You've heard me say to multiple people, you can go to the court's website. There's a contact us button, click on that, request a payment plan, or call the court's collection department and they'll help you set up a payment plan in this matter, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch, in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good day, Mr. Williams. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you. You too.
Thank you. These are 22VB013007A and 22VB013088A. These are both Van Buren Township versus Jennifer Davy. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manning on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Miss Davy. Your Honor, today's the day and time set for a pretrial in this matter. Miss Davy wishes to plead guilty to 2 counts of animal cruelty, which would have been abandonment. She wishes to plead guilty to those 2 charges.
Ms. Davy, state your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Jennifer Davy.
And raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear from testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
You wish to plead guilty as charged to the abandonment of animal cruelty in both matters?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Correct.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily? You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I'm pleading guilty because I am guilty.
Ma'am, is it true that on August 8th, I'm sorry, before we proceed further, Mr. Bowditch, I know you're aware of the fact, and I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the issuing agency in this case, that being Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety. Knowing that, Mr. Bowditch, do you wish the court to continue in the plea of Ms. Davy?
Yes, Your Honor, we're comfortable.
Thank you. Ms. Davy, is it true that on August 18, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you abandoned an animal? You dropped them off in Sumter where they were picked up by someone else. The dogs being Harvey and Maggie.
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your pleas of guilty in both counts to abandoning the animals, that being Maggie and Harvey. Mr. Bowditch, any comment before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. This was a dispute. This was a marital dispute between a couple. These were both elderly dogs. One has since passed. The other one is in the care of the husband. But this was all a matter, Your Honor, that involved a marital dispute.
Any comment, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, I'd leave sentencing at the court's discretion.
Thank you. Court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's a $50 show cause fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Identical fines and costs will be assessed in both files. That's a total of $790. Ms. Davy, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to get on the website and do the contact us and do a payment plan.
Thank you, Ms. Davy. You owe the court $460 in some other previously resolved animal at large cases. You are able to put that payment plan, combine the payment plans for a singular payment plan, okay?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Ish, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Dupont. You're
Good
muted,
morning, Your
sir.
Honor.
I've seen you come and go so many times. I got nervous this morning.
I apologize. I was kind of having problems with my phone.
Don't apologize. Yesterday you said I'll see you tomorrow, so I've been waiting for you. It's fine. Everything's well.
I don't know if that's
These
a good
are-
thing or a bad thing.
Sir, it's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful, bright, sunny day here. It's 22VB01739A, B, C, and 22VB01604T. These are all Van Buren Township versus Paul Justin Dupont. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Dupont.
Paul Justin Dupont II,
Thank you, sir.
19708 Sharon Court.
Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, happy to have a chance to discuss this matter with the prosecutor and Mr. Dupont. We would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer, which will be a global resolution to the two different matters you just listed. The plea offer would entail a guilty plea as to one count of driving with a license suspended and to the charge of open intoxicant in a vehicle. There will be a dismissal of the second DWLS and a dismissal of the improper registration of plate. Is that the full understanding, and Ms. Manarino?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Hadley, I want to disclose to you, and I'm sure you're aware of it, that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in these matters. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He has no idea that Mr. Dupont's case is scheduled this morning or anything about the case. Knowing that, do you still wish the court to proceed in taking the pleas from Mr. Dupont?
Yes, indeed, Your Honor.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear from testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dupont, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning of guilty to the driving while license suspended from September 23rd, 2022, and the open intoxicants in the vehicle from October 8th, 2022, you will not have a trial of any kind in either of these matters.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes,
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Dupont, is it true that on September 23rd, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you were driving a vehicle while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, is it also true that on October 8th, 2022, again in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you had an open or half-full Bud Light in the cup holder of that vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
We are, Your Honor. If we could just address one brief issue before you issue your sentence.
Absolutely.
As it relates to the $100 warrant fee, as you mentioned, you'd seen Mr. Dupont a couple of times so far. We would ask that that be waived based on the misunderstanding and the incorrect information. As to the notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember Mr. Dupont from yesterday's docket, and there was an address issue, which is clear from the court's register of actions. Was there something else, Mr. Hadley?
No, that was it, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. For the driving while license suspended, Mr. Dupont, the court will assess a $200 fine. There's $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state costs and $20 fund fee. That's $445 for the driving while license suspended. That's the 604 case from September of last year. From the 739A file, that was the second driving while license suspended, as previously indicated, that will be dismissed, as will the C portion of 739. As for the open intoxicants, that's the B file. The court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. As indicated previously, the show cause and the warrant fee will be struck through. There's mandatory $75 crime victims fee, mandatory $50 state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Sir, you can contact the court's collection department to have a singular payment established for these matters. Was there anything else this morning, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Dupont, you have a good day. Thank you for your patience.
I will be down there. I'll be coming down there today to make a payment and set up a payment plan for both matters if they can be combined. I don't know how it works.
Mr. Dupont, if it's possible, I would suggest you wait until tomorrow because the court staff has to put in the resolutions for today and it might not be ready today. Unless today is the only day you can get here.
Yeah, today is the only day I can get here.
Then I'll put the file on top. I'll write it up and send it downstairs so they can get it processed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Mr. Mena, could I get into a breakout room with you, sir?
No, give Mr. Bowditch, if you go there, Mr. Mena will be there momentarily. I have one matter to dispose of with him.
Yes,
That
Your
being 22WM01254OI, Wayne County Airport versus Nori. Can I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Wynn appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ray Rahal, appearing on defendant Nori.
Mr. Mena, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Rahal and we believe we've resolved this matter. His client's going to plead, or he'll plead responsible on behalf of his client to the amended charge of double parking. I believe he's already posted 200, she's already posted $230. That'll be the fine.
Mr. Rahal, you have the full authority from your client to appear, enter a plea of responsible to the double parking,
I do, Your Honor.
and that's what you wish to do this morning.
Yes, please.
The court will accept the plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, will apply the posted bond and close the file. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Rahal?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mena.
Thank you.
Have a
Good
day,
seeing you.
sir.
Good seeing you too. Take care.
There are still people in the waiting room, Williams and Lust. Give me one moment, Mr. Hadley.
Absolutely, Your Honor. We're here at your
Oh,
disposal.
nope. These are 1050 cases. This is 22WM017360M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Anthony Lust. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Minna. My apologies.
I'm sorry. For the record, James Bennett appearing on behalf of the Airport Authority.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Anthony Lust.
Mr.
Mr.
Lust, state your name for me, please.
Anthony Lust.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we can waive the formal reading of the arraignment because we've reached a plea resolution on this matter. Mr. Lust would like to avail himself of the plea whereby we'd be pleading guilty under MCL 771.1 to the offense of defrauding an innkeeper with the agreement that $80 in restitution is to be paid to Standard Parking and that there will be a 3-month delayed sentence for the period of probation for Mr. Lust.
Thank you. Mr. Lust, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, you may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish to enter a plea of guilty to defrauding an innkeeper?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
You're entering this plea freely and voluntarily, sir. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true that, thank you, is it true that on December 6, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to pay the money due to the parking debt?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the sole count in this matter of defrauding an innkeeper. Mr. Hadley, you said $8 to
No, I'm
standard
sorry, Your Honor.
parking. The form says 80.
880.
Thank you. Mr. Lust, the court will order that you pay restitution of $80 to standard parking. The court will also assess costs in this matter of $200. Pay the $200 to the court, $80 restitution for standard parking. No new criminal violations in the state of Michigan for the next 3 months, and then the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the amounts that are due?
No, ma'am.
5 days to pay, 90 days, no new criminal offenses, and the case is dismissed. Mr. Lust, thank you for your patience this morning. You have a wonderful afternoon.
Okay, a quick question. How do I go about paying the $80?
You can pay it online, you can bring it to the court, or you can mail it to the court.
So the whole $280 I could just pay to the court?
Yes,
You don't have to pay standard parking directly, Mr. Lust. It's all part of the same monies that come to the court and then they distribute. You're good.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Good luck to
thank
you.
you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. This is 22WM017340M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Williams. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Miss Williams. Your Honor, this matter is to be dismissed.
That's correct, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Williams, state your name for the record.
Alethea Williams.
No objection to the dismissal, Mr. Bowditch.
None, Your Honor.
Case is dismissed, Ms. Williams. Have a good day. Thank you for your patience.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else in any of the breakout rooms. There are no unidentified persons in this court's main session. There's nobody in the court's waiting room. The last case we had scheduled was 11 o'clock. It's 11:38. Unless you just want to sit here and watch Dave Greco argue a motion. You all have a good afternoon. I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
You
Thank
as
you,
well.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Have
Yeah.
a good weekend, guys.
Bye.
Mary Ann, I did have one quick question.
Yes.
Sling Scheduling had me listed as counsel for an Eric Edwards. It was a 1050 on the Register of Actions. I pulled up the ROA and I don't see my name assigned to it.
Oh, okay.
Jeff, did you meet with an Eric Edwards?
We did.
Today?
Eric Edwards.
Yeah, I think you did.
Wait a minute. I'm confusing that with a different. I'm sorry. I have his name written down twice with two different case numbers. Let's see what I did now. Guys, my apologies. Have a great day, Your Honor, and we'll talk to everybody soon.
Bye.
Take care.
Are we done, Your Honor?
We're done.
Oh. Well,
Unless you just want to hang out.
No
Well-
trial. So that was going to be a really long day if that one had run right through.
It is always a pleasure, guys. Josh, I'm going to call you on the phone in about 10 minutes here.
Sounds great, man. Talk to you in a few.
All right. Bye, everybody. Happy New Year.
Bye, Jeff.
Happy New Year, Mr. Bowditch. So, Mary Ann, the only thing is because Mr. Dupont is coming in today, I'll put that file on top.
Okay.
This is 21VB02140OT. This is Van Buren Township versus Erica Arias Romero. This case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for a show cause pretrial. Defendant has failed to appear. Bench warrant show, it's 11:42 by the court's clock. Bench warrant show issue 5,010%. Good morning. Good to see you.
Morning, Judge. Mr. Greco.
No, I'm gonna leave so I can take care of these files. I'll be right back because I left a response on my desk. Oh.
All right. District Court's now in session.
You may be seated. I'm just trying to get settled, so you're good. When you're ready, let me know. Oh. I was waiting for you. These are 22R007966 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Mohammed Al-Laham. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
Morning, Your Honor. Andrew Kohler here on behalf of defendant Mohammed Al-Laham.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for hearing on the prosecutor's motion for default judgment and compliance in these matters. The court has received a motion from Mr. Greco's office and the response from Mr. Cohen's office. Mr. Greco, if you'd like to proceed with your motion.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you want me to approach the podium or is that the desk here fine?
Whatever,
This is-
as long as Mary Ann can hear you.
Can you hear me? Very good, Mary Ann. Your Honor, this is plaintiff's motion for default judgment regarding compliance. The request for default judgment was connected with the no-show of the defendant for the formal hearings that were scheduled a couple of weeks ago. Since that time, the defendant has gone online with the court and paid the 3 tickets. So we're now in an admission of responsibility to the 3 tickets. So the default judgment is fine. We're still here for a compliance order as motioned, but as far as any issue with regard to denial of liability in this case is moot, both by the default for non-appearance and then the ultimate payment, which is the admission of responsibility. The issue here, Your Honor, are the tickets that are, it's primarily an issue of occupying a building without a valid certificate of occupancy. Based upon the pleadings filed, both my motion with the timeline extensively set forth and then the response that's been filed, the defendant is the owner of an LLC that purchased the building in or around September 2019, started occupying, using, going in and out of the property. And then at that time in the fall, the city inspector approached the property and the owner, informed them of the proper process for obtaining a certificate of occupancy if this was a new purchase and a new business going into the facility. And actually on November 7th, I believe, conducted an initial inspection outlining specifically what needed to be done and reviewed by the defendant to obtain a certificate of occupancy, which is attached as Exhibit B in this matter. Since that time, the defendant has essentially moved into the building and is using it as an inventory / warehouse, we believe, for auto parts related to the business, the 700 Auto LLC. There is, on top of, as you can see from the pictures that have been attached, the junk and debris and piles of stuff outside of the building and also in the building. There's also a significant amount of inventory in the building that the defendant apparently uses for his business. Again, I'm not exactly clear other than it's auto parts and it appears to be inventory for whatever it is the 7 Auto Parts LLC does, which is irrelevant to this proceeding other than it's clear that the defendant, as the sole member of this LLC, is using and occupying this building without a certificate of compliance. That was 3 years ago. We're post 3 years now. There has been significant contact between the city and the defendant in this matter regarding their requirements. I think there were tickets that were issued at the end of the summer that were ultimately paid. Tickets were issued again, and that's when we requested a formal hearing formally to get this matter before Your Honor, which ultimately has led to this motion. Your Honor, the requirements for a certificate of occupancy and the requirements that certain inspections be done are for the safety, health, and welfare of not only the defendant and his business and any prospective employees, but any customers, delivery people, city personnel, and the general population there. There has been a fire at the facility, which is the reason why electricity was cut off originally to the building a couple of years ago. And all of these things, the requirement of the code are for, again, the health, safety, and welfare of the public and of the individuals here with defendant Mr. Lane. What we are looking for, Your Honor, since liability and accountability and responsibility is not an issue here, and Mr. Layham has paid some fines and costs, or some fines at least, is we are looking for an order, a copy of which I attached as Exhibit G, but I modified it a bit, knowing that we were coming here today rather than being a default judgment motion. And we are requesting basically three things. And Your Honor, may I approach and I can present the order?
Absolutely.
To the other side. I've already presented it to the other side in the form of a stipend order, but this one is in the form of an order that we'll be requesting today.
Thank you.
So again, very similar to the one that you've seen attached as the exhibit. But this matter having come before the court on the plaintiff's motion, the defendant having admitted responsibility for the tickets, and moving to page 2, we are looking for an order that the defendant shall cease all business operations for the unlawful use and occupation of the property located at 29350 North Line Road immediately, other than to take any activity to comply with this order until a certificate of occupancy has been issued by the City of Romulus. The second thing we are requiring and requesting of this court is an order indicating that the defendant shall clean up the outside of the building. You've seen the pictures. And to ensure compliance with the order, requesting that the defendant do that within 30 days, contact the city can go out there, make sure it's compliant and everything is cleaned up. I've put in here that if there is a dispute with respect to whether the defendant has complied with the terms of this part of the order, that the parties will work together to resolve the issues. And if they are not resolved, either party may bring the matter to the court for review and a determination. The reason why I put that in there is so the city can go out there. If there are any deficiencies that are there, it provides the defendant with the opportunity to resolve them before he comes here. Or if he disagrees with something that's there, we can either work it out. Like, for example, I'm just throwing this out there, not by way of agreement, by way of example. If there's like an abandoned truck there that he's got a contractor coming like a week later to do it, the city's probably going to be okay with that as long as there's something that's there. Something along those lines, but putting that in there. The next part of the order, the third item that we are requesting, is that the defendant, well, the second one was, I moved to the third one, which is clean up the grounds of the property. Moving back to the second item on the sheet here, which is remove everything, junk, garbage, debris, everything that's not a fixture from the inside of the building, including all of the inventory. The reason is, Your Honor, is that this building is not supposed to be occupied. And it's not supposed to be occupied because it doesn't have a CFO, and it doesn't have a CFO because it hasn't passed all the city certifications, and the safety issues haven't been reviewed for the matter. There are people that have been going in and out of there. There's a lot of product, garbage, and debris inside the building, which is a safety hazard for the building, and we are requesting that it be removed also within 30 days, with the same requirement that the defendant requests that the city come to take a look, to make sure it's acceptable, resolve any issues if something needs to be modified or issued, and if not, then come back here. This is what we are requesting. What the defendant wants to do is come up with a plan to occupy the building, and I'm sure you're going to hear that from the other side about what they want to do this or do that to get back into the building. What the city is requesting at this point, after 3 years, after trying to work with the defendant, is to get all the stuff out, start with a clean slate, and at that point in time, the defendant can be on any timeline that he wants to provide sufficient plans and all the things to the city that it requires. There has been some work at the building. My understanding is that some of the things from the checklist haven't been signed off on by the city, but our understanding is that some of the windows have been repaired, a new roof has been put on, but it hasn't been requested for a final inspection. There are some things that have been done, which is all great and fine, and maybe it takes off some of the things that he needs to do to get a certificate of compliance. But as far as any phased approach or any things regarding the certificate of compliance, that should be secondary to starting from scratch and giving the defendant some opportunity and some time to get the stuff out so we can start the process to properly get into the building, which should have been done 3 years ago. And any request or defense or issues raised by the defendant that this is going to be a problem for me because I've got too much stuff in there seems to be a problem that was created by their own actions. And again, the city has been in contact with this defendant really since the fall of 2019, and we're now 3 years after. So this is the order that we are requesting be entered today. And that's all I have for now, Your Honor. I do have my staff here if the court has any questions ultimately after hearing from the defense. And I know the defendant has some people here as well.
Thank you.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Your Honor, I'm not here to say they are in compliance, not in compliance. The court has to understand that this is a 65,000 square foot building. Upon acquisition of this building, the building was a dilapidated structure. A large portion did not have a roof. There wasn't windows, no electricity. It was a monumental task, and certainly not something that from the get-go would have been able to do. But in order to obtain a certificate of compliance or a certificate of occupancy, there's a lot of steps to get there. And those steps probably could have been done more timely, but they haven't been. The goal should be here, besides compliance, is to make sure that they can put the building owner, the taxpayer, in a position to get this structure done. This was a problem structure from the get-go. And my client has placed a lot of resources into this building. He's done the roof, although he needs final approval on that roof. He's worked on some electrical. He's been in the process of cleaning up. This property, and I was involved 3 years ago with the acquisition of this property, it was packed to the gills to begin with. And they had to spend all sorts of time trying to clean this up, move stuff out. But you don't just have, buy a dilapidated structure and be in a position right there and then to try to get a certificate of occupancy. You have to work towards that. And he hasn't necessarily done things appropriate or helped himself per se, but we need to continue in the spirit of working together with the city to accomplish these goals. Now, he's changing course. I think my client has realized at this point that maybe he's not the right man to be able to accomplish this process. And he's placed Blythe Haddad, who sits here today, in charge of being able to manage this project. He's also hired a capable and qualified architect. He's hired an electrical contractor that's in a position to actually take on this type of magnitude of a job. The problem is the timing of this. I understand that in December, the parties did meet, and they couldn't come to terms. I think what's necessary here is for the parties to actually come to some kind of an agreement and say, this is what needs to be done. This is what we have to do to get this job across the finish line. But to take the hard line stance and say, clear it out, get this stuff done in 30 days, I can't stand before the court and say that's even something that can be accomplished. Now, this is something where there's no roof. If there's no roof, you can't do anything else. There was a situation where we were trying to work with public safety. It's always been an issue with this building that people have been breaking in and stealing stuff. These thieves have been so brazen that they're cutting holes in the wall and installing doors. Why are they doing this? They're doing this because they're stealing the wire, they're stealing the roofing materials, they're stealing them blind, and that's caused significant delays. We've tried to get help with that to no avail. He's hired private security beyond the property just to try to safeguard this property. There hasn't been any real solution to this point. And it's not a solution to simply say, clear it out. You got 30 days. That's a problem. This is a situation where electricity hasn't been allowed. The electrical lines have been cut. There probably was something to do with the transformer that ended up blowing, but all of that has been repaired. And my client's been asking me to say, I need electricity. I've got electric high-lows. I have other needs. I need to keep the building. And at this point, they're saying, the city has said, no electricity. There's no electricity, no water. But I don't understand how the city can then say, clear it out in 30 days. We're not going to allow electricity. We're not going to allow water. We're not going to allow you the ability to be able to to do this. And you gotta do it in 30 days. I've come to the table recently to say, let's create a plan that actually works. It's not a plan to say 30 days. That's setting them up for failure, more litigation, other problems. And it doesn't benefit the city. It doesn't benefit the residents of the community. It doesn't benefit anybody whatsoever. What benefits the community is to create a plan to be able to take this structure that is for many years been nothing but a problem for the city and allow this individual who's willing to put his time, effort, and resources in to make sure that it's no longer a problem structure in the city. Now, I agree. The outside, that's going to be cleaned up. My client agrees, that's going to be cleaned up. But we're in January in Michigan, and although we've had a lot of warm days, unseasonably warm, it's not going to stay like that for very long. We're going to be dealing with freezing and cold temperatures. And today, the weather dropped by whatever, 20, 30 degrees. But it's not a workable solution just to say, we're going to enter an order of compliance that we know we need. My client is asking for time to be able to accomplish what needs to be accomplished. This is not a matter simply of saying, there's stuff in the building, or there's stuff outside. This is a matter of saying, my client needs to be able to, now that he has a proper architect, get a site plan entered, get that reviewed, have the proper departments sign off on it, and let's move forward. Let's get this done. All it does is put him further behind and say, clear it out, stop work, and then there's no work going on. And every time he gets a permit, there's a stop work. It's gone like this for 3 years, not allowing him to proceed to do what he needs to do. Now, I'm not saying he's totally innocent in this, but I think that both sides got frustrated with each other. And the best is to go back to the drawing board here and say, okay, this is what needs to be done. Let's do it. Let's do it in a workable manner. And we have a building here that is divided into 4 quadrants. Each one of those quadrants is under 17,000 square foot, and therefore, it's appropriate to be walled off, which there is. There's dividing walls, and work on sections of this building. Now, I'm not in disagreement. Let's clean the outside. Let's get that done, but I don't think it's going to take. I don't think anybody can accomplish this in 30 days. Let's accomplish it in 90 days. But the inside, there's workable solutions that benefits everybody involved. And we have to start looking at that. And what my ask was initially to Mr. Greco was, let's get the parties to sit together. It isn't working just for them to talk. And they're at polar opposite sides. I'm involved. Now that I'm involved, I've had a history with other cities getting these projects done. This is not an easy task. But it's a task that certainly can be completed here, be completed efficiently, but not be completed in such a way that causes a building owner to potentially lose his building. Because where do we go from here? He doesn't comply with a 30-day order because it's impossible given the challenges that are being faced. And now we're right back before you. Or a nuisance complaint is being filed in the circuit court. And now we just have litigation while this matter sits. That's no good. I think everybody needs to come to the table and let's figure out a solution here. And I'm asking the court, quite frankly, to adjourn this matter for 30 days and let my client put the necessary pieces in place, including finding the labor, which they already have done. Mr. Haddad has already found a scrapper. He's already found, has the lead on a plastic sky. He already has leads and other storage. One of the other issues is what do you do with the stuff? Yeah, maybe, it shouldn't have been there in the first place, but it's got to come out. It has to. But I don't know if that means remove everything, or is it workable, which was workable in the past. It was a solution because I was out there couple of years ago, and it was a workable solution to phase off the building and do it in phases. Now, that plan was never submitted to the city, so it was never signed off on. But through my conversations, that was something that was workable. So the right solution is not to take a hardline stance and say, we're going to put you in a position to fail, and this building is going to remain in a dilapidated state, and nothing's really going to get done except for a bunch of litigation and a bunch of wrangling. I hope everybody can come to the table and be smart about this. And I think that we can get this done having new people in place, appropriate people that are actually capable of handling the scale of this job. And we can get it done. That's the point. That's what's necessary here. So I'm asking the court specifically to, one, let's do an order. Let's do an order that says that they have 90 days to clean up the outside. Let's get that done. I think that they can do it within 90 days. They might even be able to get it done a little bit sooner, but I don't want to set them up for failure. But they know that that's going to be done. But I think during the next 30 days, we can come up with some real sense solutions and come up with a plan that'll work for everybody involved, so we don't have to be back before you. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Before Mr. Greco responds, I do two quick questions for you. Did I hear you clearly that you were involved at the time of purchase of this property?
I was involved then. I was involved one other time, probably about 2 years ago, meeting with the city. I haven't been involved since then until now.
I asked that question because when you say 30 days is not realistic, sets the defendant up to fail, 90 days might be more realistic. I don't look at it in the 30 and 90 days. I look at it in 3 years. And there's been this ongoing issue that's an aside more than anything else. And the second question was the time period. You said 30 days to set a plan, 90 days to clean the exterior. Are you saying that that is all the time that your client requires to address the concerns that have been raised by the city to date? Or is that just, it's just the cleaning the outside and setting of the plan?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. And what I should say is that this has been an evolving situation. So it hasn't taken 3 years. I mean, this is a situation where there was no roof. There wasn't, there was stuff that was in the building in the first place. This building, when he purchased it. So it's been an evolving situation that now over the last year, I think went in a little bit of a different direction. But what's changed today is that the owner of the LLC has said, I'm not getting this done. I need to put people in place that can do it. And that's what they've now done. So this is a very different time than we were at 3 years ago, where the owner said, I can contract this. I can handle this project. I can't handle this project. The people that are now in place can handle this project. And I'm confident of that. I've seen what's gone on. And I've had my own issues. But I also see what's going on now, and I think that they can get this done. But they need the time to be able to do it. It doesn't help to say, well, let's look at the last 3 years. It's not a question of what's happened in the past. The question is, what are you going to do about this going forward? And they need the ability to be able to go forward and get it done. But it doesn't say, 30 days, 90, we need a workable solution. It has to be done. We need a workable solution. And that doesn't mean, well, this is what happened over the last 3 years. Well, it wasn't static. It wasn't the same. It's been an evolving situation. Things have been changing. Work has been getting done. There's been some problems back and forth with the city and getting permits and doing whatever. But I think that that's all changed, having that, having an architect that's capable of finding appropriate site plans, getting the necessary documentation, which will involve a detailed plan. But we can't sit here today and say, oh yeah, I got this landed on my desk, a week ago. I can get this all in before the hearing. It's not going to happen. But typically on these hearings, the idea is how do we get how do we get them to comply? Well, we're never going to be able to comply with C of O until all these other things happen. They're never going to be able to do what the the city is saying, this is what you need to do. Not gonna happen. But we have a workable plan in place, and I think that over these next 30 days, will be plenty of time to be able to get this submitted, hopefully set up a few more meetings. And be able to finish, do what needs to be done. So that's why I'm asking for an additional 30 days adjournment. Let's come up with a plan, and that order should include 90 days. Get this building, get this outside cleaned up. They've already replaced windows, they've already cleaned up the front. They're showing a good faith effort here. And I think that in 30 more days, there'll be a lot of movement on this.
The last question before I return to Mr. Greco to respond. So is your client willing to agree to cease all operations for the next 30 days while these plans and conversations and meetings are had?
Yeah, so the inventory that has been discussed, this is not an ongoing business. It's a warehouse, stuff was placed in the building. My client, right or wrong, I think, there was a lot of frustration. But no, this is not like customers are coming to the.
I'm aware, Mr. Cohen. So the question is your client willing to cease all operations, whatever operations means to them? I'm asking, that's not an ask, well, that is an ask of Mr. Greco, but I'm just, before I turn to him for his response.
Can they still remove items?
I'll turn, I can't answer that. I'll turn to Mr. Greco for your response to Mr. Cohen's arguments. Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
So my suggestion, if I could, just briefly.
Absolutely.
Is that an order would be that we would return in 30 days. They can enter the plans, but that order should also include something to the extent that no new items can be placed in the building and only removed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Part of the defendant's argument for the court is indicative of the frustration that the city has had for a couple of years. And it reminds me of, and I indicated this is going to be a repeat for everyone here in the room here that talked to me this morning. It reminds me of what, as my kids have gotten older and I'm expecting them to do stuff, I've indicated to them, stop talking and start doing. And the plans that they're talking about should have been submitted following the inspection in 2019. They should have been submitted in 2020. They should have been submitted in 2021, and they should have been submitted in 2022. And the problem and the issue for this court and the city is that we ultimately can't make the defendant submit plans to get a C of O. He can, as long as he maintains it, he can own an unoccupied building if he wants. He doesn't have to get a C of O if nothing's happening there. He can sit there and pay taxes on it if it's not occupied, not being used. We can't make him do that stuff. We can make him get a C of O if he intends to use the building. And what my plan and what the proposed order suggests to the court is the simplest way to deal with this, which is clean up the outside. That seems like everybody's in agreement on that. All right, number one, it needs to be cleaned up. Number two, we can order that it be cleaned up. And number three, they agree that it should be cleaned up. The second item is that the building should not be occupied with all that inventory inside. It's unsafe and it's illegal. And it's been there for a period of time and it needs to be removed. That we can order as well because there's a clear measurable thing. We can look at the pictures of the outside. Does it look like it's cleaned up? Fine. Is everything out from the inside? Does it look like it's fine? After that, the defendant can be on any timeline he wants to get what he wants accomplished, to submit any plans to the city, to get the electrical working on there, come up with a plan for it, to come up with all of those things. That's why this is the simplest issue for the court to address and the easiest way to address it. Because, adjourning 30 days for plans that should have been submitted, and I'm with Mr. Cohen on this. Let's start fresh. And the way to start fresh is to get this going the right way. And with respect to the impracticability or the impossibility of whatever's going on here, the defendant has been doing business. It has been occupied there. Just because customers are not coming in and out doesn't mean that trucks, delivery people, and inventory are there. I mean, that's what is going on, apparently, because there's been activity there. He has done some stuff that we have not signed off on, like the roof. I appreciate that, but he needs to submit what he needs to submit so we can go and inspect the roof. The building needs to be reviewed structurally. I think based upon some conversations and emails, and I saw that it probably is somewhat structurally sound, maybe needs some work done. We need all that stuff. But these plans need to be submitted to the city. They should have been done. They can do it on whatever. The city is sick of waiting for these plans. Sick of waiting for these plans. That's why it's time to enter an order, enforce it, clean it, start from scratch, and then they can be on whatever timeline they want to be. Thank you, Your Honor.
Very briefly, over the last 30 days or so, the only activity that's been going on is to try to remove stuff, get it out of the building. But clearly, 30 days is not enough time. And you can't say there's trucks and there's people, because there's going to be, because you're trying to remove items. You can't have it both ways. You know, if a kid is it's all taught and it hasn't done, okay, yeah, you say, well, do it. But when that kid's struggling in school, you don't say, that's your problem. You just got to do better to help the kid. And I think my client is looking for help here. He's looking to be able to work together with the city to get this done. And this is, from his perspective, more of the same, where the city isn't working with him. Both sides need to start to work together here. We need to get this done. They're removing items, they're fixing windows, they're repairing the structure. This is not something where any condition that the property was in can sit there forever. I don't really believe that the city would say, oh yeah, you can just keep this dilapidated structure there where everybody's driving by and seeing this eyesore. The city's not going to say that. He has to meet timeframes. These plans have to be submitted. Once the plans are approved, he's got a year to do it. If he doesn't, then we're back in court and it's being enforced. There's big problems if he doesn't comply with plans that have been played that would be approved. He's got to do it. Plans have to be submitted. I understand certain plans were done. They have been submitted to the city. I don't know if it's appropriate or not. I'm not an architect. That's above my pay grade. But I think in the next 30 days, there's going to be some big action. Mr. Greco wants to see action. The city wants to see action. That action has already started. That action is going to continue. That is the action.
It appears that the parties are on the same page. Mr. Cohen, the specific question was, will your client cease business operations? And you say yes. That's paragraph 1 of the order. Paragraph 3 of the order is for the defendant to clean the exterior grounds of the property. The order says 30 days, 90 days, the court believes is an appropriate amount of time, maybe over Mr. Greco's objection, but given the sheer footprint of the property, 90 days, I don't believe, court doesn't believe is an unreasonable amount of time. The only other issue is paragraph 2 of the order, which indicates that the building will be empty, the interior, within 30 days of the day's order, other than work necessary to obtain a certificate of occupancy. And the question, Mr. Cohen, I don't think I asked it explicitly. I asked about the outside. The inside might be something different. How much time is needed to clear the inside of the building of the materials that don't belong, whatever that means to the city?
Well, Your Honor, what I addressed is that this has always been looked at with the city as a phased approach. Put up these walls, which has been done. And if you have these spaces walled off, and it's not a concern with fire, then they can work on it in different phases. And they can clear out section 1, finish it, move stuff in with a temporary C of O, work on 2, work on 3. I think it's a more tenable solution to say, let's accomplish this phased approach. And it's a real problem to now just say, take it all out. Where are you going to put it? Now, my client is in the process of trying to find other space, but part of the problem in negotiating an order is I can't come to the table and say they can or can't do whatever it might take because we don't have the pieces in place. But if we say phase 1 is cleared out within that 90 days as well, great. Let's do it. no work can happen on phase 2, 3, or 4. Let's get a temporary C of O on phase 1. Let's, clear out 2. No work can go on except in 3 and 4. And this is a workable solution to get it done quicker. But it's not a workable solution just to say, clear it out.
Your response to the motion and your argument this morning references this phased approach and that there had been a meeting with the city, but not a meeting of the minds as to how to proceed. Do you have a proposed phase of plans that could be presented to the city, or do you need to schedule a meeting with whomever to? Okay,
Well, I did, Your Honor, submit this yesterday. This is a plan that the architect has drafted up. It shows the building, it shows the different phases, and it discusses how this phased approach will work. Now, I personally met with, I believe he's now the mayor of the city, back, when he was working in the city.
over a year ago.
I met with him 2 years ago.
Mhm.
And this phased approach was seemed to be workable. My client's, fault in this is that he didn't have a proper architect to actually get the drawings submitted, get this moving. So there was, essentially, a green light. Oh, not in writing, but essentially there was an idea that this would work and what my client is doing can do. And when the relationship between the city and my client fell apart, all of a sudden it's no electricity, you can't have water, clear everything out, you got 30 days to do it.
Mr. Cohen, let me say where my mind is, and you and Mr. Greco can tell me if this makes sense to you, because this is not like my house where I have to empty it out. We could do that presumably in a couple of days. We can get it clean. We can get the people out there. When you're talking about I know the property that your client is. This is not something that can happen in a snap. And if we've agreed that the business operations shall cease immediately and the outside done in 90 days, the only remaining part, Mr. Greco, is the paragraph 2 of the order, which is what to do about the inside. And where I'm going, now that you're involved, Mr. Cohen, and will be supporting, assisting, whatever your client, is if you, Mr. Greco, the city, whomever needs to meet during this 90 days of outside cleanup, submit the plan and get on whatever the phases are going to be. My inclination is to have you come back in 90 days for a review. Because if the outside is cleaned up and you have a plan that the city has signed off on, or you all are still going back and forth, but you're moving together towards the building, the court is happy to continue to kick the can down the road in terms of what we're doing as relates to this specific request for an order of compliance. If you're doing something, and I take your word as an officer of the court that you are involved in your client, kind of stay on your client about doing something. That's my thought. If that's a reasonable, cease business operations, 90 days for the outside, come back in just over 90 days to see what the status is on the inside. Unless something else, Mr. Greco?
Yeah, this is my concern, Your Honor. My concern is that where we're getting into at that point, which is why I discussed earlier the simplicity of my order for the court. Not that you or I, as lawyers, can't understand or get into the nitty-gritty and getting into all the stuff regarding plans and stuff, but at that point in time, what we're looking at is really monitoring things that are outside the expertise of the court. For example, the phased approach that's been discussed, just recently, on this stuff and perhaps previously. There's a lot of moving parts that goes along with that is within the expertise of the building department, fire, electrical. Mr. Cohen mentioned temp C of O. I mean, that's a thing that's discussed. Well, but we can't have a temp C of O on a building that has no electricity with flammable stuff on it, moving it to one phase where we don't have ingress and egress, a fire suppression system, or doors blocked, or all of the stuff in there. That's why I think the better approach would be for the court to say, you've got to no longer occupy this building for business purposes, clean it out within a period of time. He has all this time to submit all of those plans that he wants to do on a phased approach, which is then within the expertise of some of these gentlemen, the other people at the building department, on what's appropriate for what's going down. And my concern is that we're going to come back here in 90 days. Things have not been removed from the inside of the building. We have not come to an agreement, and now we're going on a good 3.5 years of the occupancy of this building, which may be unsafe, even for the product that he's got there. So that's really my concern, is that the phased approach in the plan is for the planning department, the building department, and all those things. And we should really kick it to them to come up with an agreement with the parties on whatever he wants to do. And that phased approach and that timeline can be whatever he wants to do to present to the city that's acceptable. But for this court, I mean, like if we, for example, just one more thing. If we come back here and we have a disagreement on the phased approach, that is, this part of the building, they're suggesting too much product here because of fire stuff and stuff like that. You can hear that, you and I can understand that. But it's really the authority of the fire code, not this court's necessarily. Okay? And that's my concern with this court kind of monitoring what's going on.
No,
with the
Mr.
phased
Greco, let me
approach.
stop
Okay.
you right there.
Yeah.
That is not the
Okay.
intention of this court at all. I went to law school. I am not a GC. I have no interest in that.
Right.
You have Mr. Allison back there. You
Yes.
have 3 other people from the city of Romulus. And I expect you as the attorney for the city to tell them, this is what we're doing. Just like I expect Mr. Cohen to turn to his client and their architect and their everything else and say, this is what we're doing. This is what the judge said. We come back in 90 days, it's either your client has advised you that everything's agreeing and I don't care anymore, or the defendant hasn't done what they've asked us to do, Your Honor. I'm asking for entry of order of compliance today. And you've been in front of this court enough times to know that I don't continue on and on and on with adjournments because these files are getting thicker that don't need to be. Mr. Cohen has argued that 3 years, we shouldn't really say 3 years because other things have happened and the situation's been fluid. His client has heard me this morning. We're not going to keep reviewing it. Either you've ceased operations and no longer occupying the building and the outside's clean and you have a plan that the people in the know at the city have signed off on, or you haven't. It's that easy. It's not 90 days. Well, we need more time because the architect this, or we couldn't find storage, or, Sally had a bunny, or whatever the story is something other than we've done what we agreed to on January 5th. If you think that's not reasonable, that's fine, and I'll take it, and I'll take your explanation, but Mr. Cohen's standing up too.
But this is my final request based upon what you said, is that obviously, I think with the 90 days on the outside and cease business operations, I think 90 days is too long to submit the plans. They emailed us some plans yesterday. This again should have been done before. I'm not trying to look back, but I think that the plans in the agreement can be done within 30 days. This way, by the time we're coming back, my problem is that it's going to be 90 days and we are back here and we are moving forward. There's no doubt. But I think if they've got all this stuff going on, if they've got the expertise stuff here, if we've got a preliminary issue from, that was submitted in, seems like they can get this done within 30 days. So we have a workable plan.
Your Honor, if my client starts at the 60-day mark to do what they need to do, they're going to fail miserably. This is something that has to happen immediately. And not only are we simply trying to maintain status quo, they're actively working to improve the site, remove stuff. But they have to put their money where their mouth is, so the saying goes. They have to show action. And Mr. Greco said, what do you do with a kid that just keeps talking? Stop talking, show me action. They have to be able to have the time to show the action. So there's nothing wrong with saying at this point, you've got a lot of work to do. And if you don't start doing this, we're going to be back and it's going to be a very different situation. But if we come back in 30 days, the city is going to very easily be able to argue that there's not enough movement on the outside of the building.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear us coming back in 30 days.
if we come back in 30 days, the city's gonna easily be able to argue that there's not enough movement on the front.
We are not coming back in 30 days.
Thank you.
No, I said 90 days on the outside, cease business operations. We were talking about movement in 90 days.
I'm sorry, then I was responding to Mr. Greco's argument, asking for 30 days.
The 30 days I thought was just a submission of plans to the city.
Submission of plans and agreement of plan, yeah. Submission and agreement of plans, which I.
Just to get the mechanical plans done, we need at least 30 to 45 days. No. The 90 days is
Like you acknowledged, this is not a house. This is a major undertaking. These aren't, just a line for, some rooms here. These are detailed major plans that have to be submitted. Well, we're not talking about the review period at this point. We're talking about just submission. But to be able to complete these, the architect, as your Honor's heard, is indicating that 30 to 45 days would be more appropriate. 90 is not a stretch. What if we, let's say 60. Now, I'm trying to make it more palatable for everybody involved and keep my client on their toes.
Mr. Greco is chomping at the bit to respond. And because I see these issues in the other communities served by the court's position is the compliance between the parties. The court has no skin in the game at all on how these matters move forward. Happy to see a building occupied and moving towards cleanup. But Mr. Greco, your response to Mr. Cohen's and the architect was,
Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought you were saying, I thought you were calling me.
I am.
Oh, okay.
Your response is?
Okay. This is the issue and the concern that we have, right? The submission and the agreement of the plans, then start the process from day one then to move forward. That's okay. We want a day one and we want plans to go there, okay? But it does not address what Chief Allison is, if there are people there moving stuff, okay, if there are things going on the outside, and some guy wants to go over here, maybe they want to go sit, it's starting to rain, and they go into a building, okay, and something collapses and something falls. This is a dangerous building, Your Honor. This is something, when you see the pictures in the piles, and you speak with Chief Allison, there are doors that are blocked. There is no fire suppression system. We are still at a place where the safety of the inside doesn't start getting addressed until those plans are submitted, those plans are agreed to, and then we move forward with those plans. But it's,
well, okay, Mr. Greco, maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah.
Because if it is, we're already agreeing that operations will cease immediately.
Right.
We're already agreeing the 90 days outside cleanup. But if you're saying that this building is so dangerous that people shouldn't even be in it, how can any of what else needs to get done to get towards plans and compliance happen? Am I?
No, you're correct. It should be happening sooner rather than later. That's right. The demoing of the inventory has to be removed. And each day, like, for example, what they're talking about and what we're talking about here, and they're talking about a phased approach. We might be in principle okay with that, but it's got to be done sooner rather than later, not done in 90 days. And then we start from zero and then we're out there. That's our concern. And Your Honor, really, this is what they're telling me as far as with respect to the safety issues of the building, the ingress and egress, the use of the building. I understand he's going to stop using it, and there has to be some work that needs to be done, and it might be hazardous work. There's no doubt about it. But the longer we let this sit there, and that's, I'm just asking, I think all we're talking about at this point is the urgency or the timing on which they're supposed to be submitting the plans. That's why I'm asking for 30 days rather than the 90, because then it just kicks the can even further down the road on either a non-agreement or an agreement, and they start working that. So that's it.
Hopefully this is the last time.
No, don't make it the last time. Why?
keep going back and saying 30 days, 30 days, we need it quicker, we need it quicker. We're coming to the table saying, we're doing it. It's not like I'm coming to this court saying, adjourn in 30 days, nothing's gonna get done in that 30 days, or adjourn in 90 days, nothing's getting done. This isn't kicking the can down the road. This is putting everybody in a position for success. And you're exactly right. And I was gonna respond earlier by saying, but you can't say you can't do something and you have to do it at the same time. Can't go in both directions. They have to be able to remove stuff. They're not doing new business. They're not bringing items in. There's a cease work or, cease business order. And all we're talking about at this point is the submission of the plans. The architect has indicated that he doesn't think he can get it in within 30 days. We're not here asking for a year, even 6 months. We're asking for 90 days. 30 days or 90 days. That's what we're asking for while action is taken.
I'll let you all go back and forth until you wear yourselves out. I'm
My
fine.
only understanding is that 90 days was a number thrown out by the other side 30 days ago. Right, that was what they wanted to do. Submit the plans within 90 days, 30 days ago.
And 30 days ago, was 90 days good enough?
No, that's
Oh.
where we didn't come to an agreement. But their 90 days is now down to 60 days, according to their timeline from 30 days ago. And we just got plans in some forms yesterday via email. Thank you, Ron.
I probably should, but we're lawyers, we like to talk. But it's interesting that they're indicating that, well, on December 7th, there was a plan to do this in 90 days. Why are we here?
There was an offer. I apologize. I did not say that. Sorry. We've taken action.
There was discussions. This was supposed to be done 2 weeks after the meeting. Here we go with this motion. There's nothing. Again, I'm renewing my request. 90 days is not unreasonable to clean up the outside. I would ask for 90 days to submit the plans. And when we come back, either there's some real action taken or there's not.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
Yeah, just a quick clarification.
Absolutely.
90 days to submit plans or 90
Mhm.
days to have plans that are in place? I mean, because 90 days to submit, 90 days to submit plans could be another 30 days for all our people to review it. It takes time for engineering and for building and everything to review. So I think if they're going to submit a plan, there should be something submitted before the 90 days.
Do you have the necessary people here with you this afternoon to consult about how much time is needed to review and respond to plans?
I can ask them right now, I think.
Because where I'm going is 60 days for them to submit their plans. Because then that'll keep us kind of lined up with. Oh, he looks serious. Da, 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 da. Don't apologize. Go talk to him. Are you insane? Oh, we had to move the stuff to get the floor done.
There's going to have to be more.
Last summer, we got the floor plans. No, I wouldn't. We're not moving. Absolutely not. They can have the house and all the stuff. I'm just taking my clothes and some of my stuff. No, but I know the building. There's no, your friends bring their trucks over and we move stuff. That's all. Ken's laughing at me. He said, I can't see him when he's there. I've tried everything. No, behind my back, because of my legs are too short, so I can't scoot all the way. I'm so firing you,
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Greco.
It appears that 30-day or less review period appears appropriate from the time that if they submit, if they submit plans to us on the 59th or 60th day, we should be able to have it reviewed to be ready for us to present something back to the court at or
No,
around
no,
the
no, no, no,
time.
no, no, no.
Well, I mean, if we're still either A, well, I guess.
The court, you presenting plans to me is like me giving my officer a law book. It's not helpful to resolving the matter.
No, I understand. That's why let me ask this, Your Honor, because this is the way that because the order is going to say something, submit plans to the city within X amount of days, right? And I understand that's not part of your review. If the plans are not acceptable to the city, for example, they don't take in, they're denied, for different reasons, whatever the reasons are. Do we come back? Do I refile on this case as like, now we're at a show cause order or something? Like that's why I'm trying to figure out the review, the review process, because if the plans are not acceptable, then do we have to, refile tickets? I mean, I don't know what the court is envisioning, that's.
Mr. Greco, I appreciate you being thorough because those are loose ends of things that a court would not consider in regards to plans and their acceptability or being rejected by the city.
Right.
So defendant submits the plans to the city within 60 days from today's date. The city then has a period of 30 days to review and respond. You've been an attorney for long enough, and so is Mr. Cohen, that if the rejection is for something material that can be addressed, that's something by and between the parties. As long as it is the city's position and your position as the city's attorney that the defendant is acting in good faith towards moving towards the C of O and everything else that the city requires for it to be safe and to be occupied and everything else, that is a conversation between you and Mr. Cohen. The court only wants to hear, are you satisfied with the efforts that are being made? Are you satisfied with the efforts being made? Period. The court can't get into the weeds of the building department won't sign off because he's using blue paint instead of yellow, or because his pipes have to be grandfathered in, or his electrical needs to be upgraded. That is not, no, I have no desire to be involved in that. And it's not the position of the court. You have requested an order of compliance, and the court, again, because this is not a house and this is a huge structure with a lot of material and everything else, the court's trying to get us towards resolving your motion for compliance, hoping not to see you again. And I'm sure Mr. Cohen has conveyed to his client how serious an issue this has become and what they're facing if they're not compliant either with the submission of the plans and the cleanup and everything else. Because the next step, as I said, would be your order saying, Your Honor, nope, no more. They've had enough time, 3 years, 90 days, it doesn't matter anymore. They are not going to do it, no matter how much time they have, no matter who sits in the chair to the right of Mr. Cohen, if it's Mr. Cohen or another attorney, they have had enough time. So if that's the loose end part of it, the two of you can discuss the materiality of the plans being insufficient. That's not something that I will get into, whether it's today or 90 days from today, Mr. Cohen.
I've been involved in a lot of these matters, and it's difficult. The plans might not be approved right off the get-go, but what is typical is for the correct departments to meet with the architect and with the individual to say, here's where we need to make some changes. And I expect that will happen. But again, real effort has to be taken. And I completely agree that if we come back, these things haven't been done, the outside hasn't been cleaned up, we burn the bridge. And we're not at this point saying that this case is dismissed. I wish we could. But it's simply adjourned for another date. Either they've complied materially or they haven't. It's as simple as that. But that gives everybody the opportunity to say, they don't even know what the plans entail at this point. So we can't sit here and try to talk about plans. We can talk about, you're going to get these in. And that's what we can do.
Anything else, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Just realizing the safety issues at issue here and understanding them, the fire chief who's here has requested, and I think it's appropriate, given that there's no sprinkler system there, that as part of the agreement in the order that they have a fire watch
A fire,
fire watch.
Thank you.
person at the premises 24 hours a day. I mean, this is a situation.
Mr. Cohen?
You know, and I think if we get electrical in there, and I understand that there's also a fire suppression system that's in place, the water's been turned off because there's no heat, even if there's no electrical. If we start discussing hooking the electricity back up, we can get water and we can have fire suppression. I don't know what having somebody there to yell fire is necessarily going to accomplish. What's different yesterday versus today? You know, they've organized fire access ways and lanes and tried to be compliant to that extent. I understand they've worked together with the fire marshal on doing some of that. I don't know what that necessarily solves, to just have somebody there with that security there in the past. Worked with, nobody's sleeping there. This is not a residential structure. This is not an apartment building.
Mr. Cohen, I'll interrupt you to ask, is your client objecting to a provision of the order providing for a fire watch, for someone to be there on fire watch unless and until the fire suppression, electrical, and everything else is reactivated, reconnected?
What if instead of hiring individuals to be a fire watch, they have technology? There's smoke detectors. They have an alarm system, although it doesn't work at this point. They have electricity, but I think that there could be one that would work on battery that would include a fire system.
Don't raise your hand, sir, because I'm not going to call on you. What were you, Mr. Greco?
No, just a fire watch person until an acceptable fire suppression system or alternative means acceptable to Chief Allison seems like a reasonable request. And I would tell you the brief comment of what's different from yesterday than today. I mean, there's lots of structures, whether it's buildings, bridges, stuff like that, that fall tomorrow, that we wish we did something yesterday.
But if you step to your left or your right, Chief Allison can nod and let me know if remote fire monitoring will be sufficient for your purposes.
It would have to be submitted.
That answered my question. Mr. Cohen. I'm sorry, Chief Allison, I interrupted you.
Yes.
Yes, that would be sufficient?
Yes, it would be sufficient.
Okay.
Early detection versus fire suppression
Mr. Cohen?
My client's architect reminded me that this is a building that's set up in such a way that each space is under 17,000 square feet with fire doors as well as walls. Under the code, fire suppression is not even warranted. It's not necessary. Now that's something we certainly can get into, but that's something for the court to take into consideration, that if you don't need fire suppression after it's done, why do you need it now?
Chief Allison's comment was about early fire detection, and you suggested a remote system, a monitoring system, and that's where we're going, I thought. I hear Mr. Greco's concern, and immediately in my head is a fire at that location that requires Romulus to activate mutual aid and what that means to the community. And so I understand his concerns. The court will enter.
My client has agreed that he will get on it right away, and then we will put a fire suppression, an electronic system.
The court will enter an order that indicates that the defendant will cease all business operations and unlawful use and occupation of the property immediately. Secondly, that the defendant will clean up the outside of the buildings and the structure within the next 90 days. that the defendant will submit plans to the Romulus Building Department within the next 60 days. That the parties will appear for, I'm sorry, and defendants will install, activate, whatever words you want to use, Mr. Greco, a early fire detection system. He said immediately. What's a realistic time frame, Mr. Greco, that you'll be happy with? Or which will be acceptable to you? 2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Early fire detection system within the next 2 weeks. We'll set a review return date of 90 days from today's date. 1, 2, 3, that's April the 5th at 11 a.m. April the 5th, I'm thinking. That's landlord tenant day. So April the 5th, I said 11 a.m. No, because we'll still be in at 1 p.m. And I don't know, Mr. Greco, I can't imagine that you would submit that order 7-day. If you and Mr. Cohen, in case we're not covering some things that you believe are necessary, stipulated order, I think is preferable to a 7-day. You tell me. But
I'll work on that.
okay, my ideal is these dates, this 30-day, I'm sorry, the 60-day and then the 30-day review, the 90 days starts today. Not when the order enters, it starts today. So your order should indicate that the property outside will be 90 days and that will be the day of the hearing. If for some reason, the two of you, in all of your years of legal experience and expertise, feel as if you are on a good track and don't need this court in April, step in order to Mary Ann that you're moving forward and just put it over, or that you're withdrawing the need for additional review or involvement of the court, that you've resolved your compliance issues. Because I know that that's the city's main goal, just compliance, not necessarily anything else. And I'm sure there'll be more paragraphs in your order. Is there something else immediately, Mr. Greco, that springs to mind that needs to be addressed this afternoon?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Cohen?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just seeking clarification regarding electronic fire alert system. The 2 weeks, is that 2 weeks to be installed or 2 weeks to get the ball rolling?
Installed.
Installed, I'm not. Yeah, well, we're talking about a system here that isn't running on electricity.
You said battery.
If they can do battery, that's what my client is gonna look into. And let's figure this out, because he's got a certain, if he calls and lay the groundwork, I'm just concerned that what happens if they've hired a company to install this, the company says we can't get there for 3 weeks, per se. Is everything stopped?
Then you reach out to Mr. Greco and said, this is the company we've contracted with. They can't come out for 3 weeks. We'll have somebody there on fire watch until the system's in place. And those are the weeds of the details of how the two of you will move together. That's okay.
We'll include the order or.
He asked, what if they can't get the fire early detection in place for beyond the 14 days? And my response was, that's a conversation between the two of you as attorneys, and that I would expect them to be doing something, and the be doing something would be to have fire watch on until such time as you could get the system installed, which I think addresses Chief Allison's issues and concerns.
I believe so, Your Honor. I mean, obviously, we would, again, you're asking us to work it out. We could work it out. We would work it out that, they provide us with the information, some solid information that it can't be done by that time, that we would have to rely on, or the court would have to rely on. But
Was there something else, Mr. Greco?
I don't think so. Chief Allison is requesting a fire watcher until the thing is installed. I think that's the best and safest way to get that done. I think that ensures what we want, rather than, contractor. It puts the impetus on them to find somebody to do it.
Well, the reason I suggested the electronic early alert system was because of cost concerns and trying to have availability. I don't know, Thomas, that we're gonna have a fire watch person here tomorrow. So the 2 weeks provides that opportunity to look into both systems. The order should say either or is acceptable as long as one is in place within the 2 weeks.
I'll concur with Mr. Cohen over Chief Allison's objections. If it's been existing and persisting for the last 3 years, fingers crossed 2 weeks doesn't.
Okay, so install a fire detection system or remote fire detection system within 2 weeks, or have a fire watcher at that time?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you. I got it.
Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Cohen?
Finally, I have nothing further.
Thank you both so much for your patience this morning. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The rest of these are Mackenzie's, and I'll do them when I come back. I'm leaving.
Am I moving? Are you insane?